we're negotiating at the moment. People are negotiating. There are new suggestions. And we're trying to look at what is this all about? And what do we want to achieve? It's not super abstract. It is very concrete, in fact. It impacts our daily life. It impacts industry and all of our options and opportunities, which is why we invited all of you to be here, join us. There are many ways to listen. We have great speakers. I will not welcome everyone right now because there are many brains in the room, and we're happy to provide this room to enable discussion. And we want to provide input on perfect regulation. So thank you and welcome for participating. This is a hybrid event, so some people are here physically and others are online. Welcome to everyone in Europe. Well, thank you, Philip. We're getting started with our program now, and I have the honor to interview Renate Nikolay. She is head of cabinet of the EU Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency, Vera Jourova. So we will have two rooms today with parallel discussions, and we will have panel debates on different topics of digitalization. Then we have our so-called intermezzos, which will take place in room 1. And then the closing remarks will also take place here. We have a chat as well. You can use the chat to ask questions or to add your remarks. Me and my colleagues who are moderators for these panel discussions will receive those questions from our text, and we will include them in the discussion. If there are any technical issues, please also use the chat for that. We will help you so you can access this event all day. We have a hashtag for this event. It is hashtag DigitalEU2025. And we would love to see your comments on our program today in social media. And you can also pose questions there if you want. We are a bilingual event here. We have German and English content. There is simultaneous interpretation. You can choose between the languages in Zoom. There's a small globe. And sorry, there's a sound issue right now. You can just choose the globe, and I will now interview Renate Nikolay.
Frau Renate Nikolay wird einen kurzen Impuls geben, bevor wir miteinander sprechen. Herzlich willkommen.
Schönen guten Morgen nach Berlin.
So, good morning to Berlin. Thank you very much.
Ein paar Worte von mir zur Einleitung. Europa hat eine Vision für die digitale Transformation.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing the sound double with delay. I cannot interpret like that. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Die digitale Transformation mit Ehrgeiz zu gestalten erneut bestätigt. Und das Europäische Parlament arbeitet derzeit intensiv mit uns an den von uns vorgestellten konkreten Regulierungsvorschlägen. Europa ist also auf dem Weg und gibt auch international die Richtung vor. Und wir starten nicht bei Null. Bereits in den vergangenen Jahren haben wir für die digitale Transformation in Europa wichtige Fundamente gebaut. Die Datenschutzgrundverordnung ist eine wichtige Basis, um das Grundrecht auf Datenschutz auch in der digitalen Transformation zu gewährleisten. Mit der reformierten Datenschutzgrundverordnung, die seit 3 Jahren in Kraft ist, haben wir einen modernen und zukunftsorientierten Regelungsrahmen geschaffen. Und dieses moderne Datenschutzrecht hat sich sogar als ein quasi internationaler Standard entwickelt. Die Welt ist inspiriert von unseren modernen Regeln und ihre Grundprinzipien werden weltweit wiederholt. Zudem haben wir in den vergangenen Jahren mit steigenden Tendenzen von Hassrede oder Desinformationswellen
So in the last year, disinformation has grown, more and more hate speeches. There are examples, for example, of legislation against it, ethical codes against hate speeches. Those legislative measures had their effects, but also their limits. So there was time to bring order into this wild west of the internet. The regulation from 20 years ago is not up to date. And it was time to address the negative effects of the internet. But all this with the individual at its center. The regulation of the internet cannot end in censorship. We cannot build a ministry for truth, and we cannot minimize the interchange of ideas. So in this context, we need to see the regulative measures presented by the European Commission last year. That's pioneer work, which has no comparison worldwide. For example, with the Digital Services Act, we would like to see into the black box of the algorithm and to fortify the rights of the users. Also, stress tests. The time for only taking responsibility voluntarily is over. We want to do this jointly. And with the Digital Market Act, we would like to reduce the position of the platforms as gatekeepers and to protect the election possibilities of the users. And with the AI regulations, we set standards for trust, keeping the human being at its center. Since we cannot regulate everything away with the European integration plan, we have set something up to also make sure the integrity of elections, for example, by a societal approach. It's not about moderating the contents, but it's about an architecture where everything can act from a fortified position. And that means taking into account all stakeholders and also the political promotion, advertising will get new touches, which we will present. The legislative process for all the now mentioned legislative projects will be presented and advanced in the next years. The adoption of the Digital Services and Market Act is programmed. Also, we want intense interchange with partners worldwide. The transatlantic interchange has been intensified with the Biden administration. This makes sense, but the regulation is only one aspect of a digital Europe. Also, a real innovation strategy is needed to invest and to further investments into innovation in all member states. So we have asked member states to take 20% of the post-COVID economic programs we have subsidized. Well, we have asked them to dedicate these 20% to this area, and the member states said yes. So there will be a boost for subjects like digitalization and justice and digitalization in general. We also want more data sovereignty in Europe. We want the sharing of data in important growth areas, like, for example, traffic and health. We want to build excellence centers, for example, about AI, and use supercomputing and other great powers. And above all, we want to get the people on board. We want to make sure that no population is left behind in this digital revolution. We cannot have a digital divide. Europe opts for its path for digitalization in a self-responsible, smart manner with the human being at its center. We are on the right path. Thank you. Thank you for this impulse and this opening speech and for letting us in on some concepts. Maybe just to ask at the beginning, the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act, we have contributed to both of them. We have been talking for a long time about the third European path. Do you think that now it is taking form with these policy packages? Yes, I would even say it's the first European path, because in these areas we are pioneers. And I'm very that we have opted for the path and took it on to present these projects. Of course, we are on the stage here, and we also need to be able to take on criticism, but I think we are well prepared if I compare ourselves to other international partners. We have been talking about the GDPR for a long time. Of course, that was some time ago, but also with the internal market on our mind. We also have collected experiences. Back then, we were not sure how to regulate when, if all the 27 member states should or would be able to regulate together with free will. If we hadn't done that, for example, the network enforcement law also already exists in Germany, but maybe then the other member states would have opted for other regulations and we would have had a patchwork. So it's nice to have it in all 27 member states. So there will be a push for the digital progress. Okay, let us get into the detail of the different packages of impulses. Let's talk about the inspiration. You talked about the positive effect of the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, that other members were incited to establish their own protection laws. Is this a reason for other far-reaching policy projects? Yes. First of all, it was a great exercise, a legislative exercise, and that's always very complex. In Europe, you need to negotiate with the European Parliament, with the 27 member states. Then there are trialogues. That's difficult. We have learned a lot from each other. We come from different positions. And we did agree on a basic foundation. So the data protection is a basic European law. You cannot negotiate it away. So this is a very important foundation to build up on our concepts in the area of AI, in the area of platform economy. If we compare ourselves to American partners I talk a lot to, then I can see a kind of obstacle when it comes to making a law that is for all the US states. Okay, then let us talk about the background about this legislative package. I remember when the digital civil society was very critical towards some legislative proposals, but today there is a kind of admittance that the power of platforms and the increase of the power of those platforms might have been undervalued. So I would like to ask you, is this also your perception that such legislative pioneering projects have managed to achieve some foundation? Also, you have mentioned some criticism, but would you also say that there is a need to advance these power restrictions decisively? I remember the debate very well when the German law was drafted. There is a process for it because, of course, we need an overview about the other legislative processes in the other member states. I then was working as Justice Commissary for Vera Jourova. And I remember a discussion back then, Mr. Maas, the then Federal Minister for Justice of Germany, explained why this was a necessity from the perspective of the federal government. to legislate. That was a situation where there was an incredible increase on hate speeches on the internet. There was the migration crisis and others, so there was a need to act. I remember the debate with the ministers where it became very clear that many other member states would not have been able to say instantly, we want to legislate. We cannot forget that we are quite heterogeneous in Europe. My vice president, she comes from Czechia or other countries in the former Eastern Hemisphere. Remember the Iron Curtain very well, and also the Ministries for Truth. So they're very cautious about moderating contents and about restricting free expression of opinions. So we decided together that Germany can take the first step as a pioneer. And we saw that with the specific historical background in Germany, we could advance. We also saw that for Europe, it would be better to establish an approach that depended on free will. When it comes to hate speech on the internet, well, over the time, more and more platforms joined. When we started in 2016, we agreed upon the obligation that the illegal hate speeches on the internet needs to be cancelled in 24 hours. At the beginning, the rate of cancellation of deletion was 27%. Now it's around 80%. So there has been a learning curve, and platforms are now working closer with other players and actors. So this exercise was important. The German legislation, I know it gets a lot of criticism and is also debated in the coalition, or probably. So for us, this was an inspiration, as well as the other experiments. And we knew that we would need to regulate in a more sustainable way. But since it's such a broad issue and we meddle with the public discussion that is taking place on these platforms, since we do this, it was good to take some years to be well prepared for a legislative frame as we have proposed now. Maybe you could talk a bit more about the Digital Services Act to distinguish it then from other acts. It should be for all, but on the other hand, a bigger responsibility when it comes to preventing fake news. Could you please describe what's the object of the Digital Services Act? Well, on the one hand, clear obligations for platforms that when it comes to illegal contents on the network, they need to be deleted, and that otherwise there will be consequences. And that's also content of the network enforcement law. But on the other hand, there's a whole different approach. We want to shake up the business model of the platforms. It's not about taking it away from them, but the actual business model of the platforms needs to get more transparent. So the platforms will need to comply with hard obligations attached to periodic control, especially for big platforms with a surveillance structure that will be needed, or that will need joint decisions when there are several countries involved. So it's not only about leaving the platforms alone with their regulations and their ways of working, but there will be a lot of public debate and regular monitoring. This is headed for the future. And so we need really a monitoring, a vigilance procedure so that we can make sure that the individual can better assert his or her rights when it comes to platforms. So platforms need to get more transparent. When it comes to advertising, they need to build those archives for better overview. So we have included structures everywhere so that we can say stop here or there to the platforms, so their outreach cannot be so far as up to now with no control. So the culture of responsibility you just mentioned, the idea that platforms with a public character because of their outreach, because they are marketplace or communication places, that these platforms need to undergo public checks. Yes, but the approach of the e-commerce directive was leave it alone. 20 years ago, everybody thought that the internet was a fantastic, innovative idea that makes people gather, allows for new models, allows new options for consumers. But now it's about making order in a very clear structure of obligations, as we have done in other areas in the past. Why should platforms not be under strong control when they have a strong impact on markets and in other areas? For the future activities of those platforms, we need to have built in certain restrictions so that the individual can keep control. Okay, I just looked up at the other screen because there are also questions coming in from the public would like to address. How did you feel about the last revelations, the monthly Facebook affair? You just mentioned Facebook. Is this a great affirmation of what you are doing, of what you're saying also, that platforms could be a lot more, but they don't when it comes to combating hate speeches, for example? Yes, we have also talked with Francis Hogging, and I think this was an affirmation for Europe that we are on the right path. Well, in the US, it's different. I'm not sure if it will lead to legislation, but for us, it was an impulse. It was an affirmation that we're on the right path, that we maybe need to take a look again. Have we taken it all on board? Because there are, technical aspects, for example, when it comes to the transparency of the algorithms, but this will be debated today in the different groups. That's the debate that's happening right now in Europe. When the European Commission presents drafts, they are always very well prepared, but of course, they are not equal to the result at the end. It's a process where all parts learn, where participation and co-designing health comes into it. So the most recent affairs and scandals are like an invitation to ask ourselves, are we reaching far enough? I would also like to stress that we cannot regulate just everything. I would like to advise against that. I would like you to think about the Digital Services Act as the definite elimination of disinformation. No, when it's about disinformation, we would need societal structures where the whole population perceives a lot more and becomes a lot more aware of the need to check the facts. And on the other hand, on the other hand, we need to include the platforms, the information channels, as well as becoming more aware of our own analysis and where it comes from. So that's really a task for the whole society, totally. And when it comes to the architecture of responsibility and the co-participation of different actors, like sharing of different data blocks with scientific actors, there has been a great, well, it has not been very open up to now. And there should be more openness in the new policy packages. Please, a question from the public. Maybe Oliver Rath asks, how should such an oversight structure look, especially when it comes to HTV? Who has the competence, the member states or the European Union? Okay, let us first talk about the access to the data. The Digital Services Act is clear about it with a clear obligation, but when it comes to disinformation, we would also need to bear in mind how platforms treat this issue.
So we're supposed to have a new pact for this kind of information, which can be included into the DSA, as we see that the DSA for the bigger platforms, they have the advantage of having risk minimizing strategies. So this might be actually a good thing for them. This is where this co-regulation plays into. So a pact against fake news or disinformation is very important. We will have discussions with the platforms tomorrow. And having access to data is one of the key points. That is something that we had as an insight. Our code of practice from 2018 about misinformation, we saw that it's still some sort of a black box. So we can't make it up to the platforms to deal with it. We need access to data. So this is basically something we need to achieve. Another topic would be governance. It is a majorly discussed topic in our institutions. And from the side of the Commission, we said that we want a decentralized structure for this so that each member state have authorities, or they either get created or they're named to be digital coordinators. But we need coherent application. We'll have to find a board or come up with a board on a European basis. This is a structure that we also had with the GDPR. We had a data protection board. All the national data protection authorities came together to discuss, but this is also a very big topic right now. The Council and the Parliament support this, and they say that we should go a step further even, that we should have a more focused application of our new acts. This is something ongoing. I don't think we can have this on a central basis. This is complicated. We have cultural things we need to consider. Sometimes something will be illegal in state A, but it will be illegal in state B. So that's something we cannot really have on a basis in Brussels. We need an intelligent cooperation model, and everybody gets tasks in the member states, and also the council itself or the board. So national authorities will definitely play a role. Thank you very much. So the question has been extended a little bit. HVD means high value data. So will there be tools to automate this or to support this? Well, technically, we will have to make progress. We need to give those authorities those topics. We need to discuss what can be automated. We need to find out what expertise we need. I don't think any of the member states, not even the German media institution, is up to par to deal with this task. This is a task we have to address together. We do have expertise, that's not it. But there are some digital tools that we're not even capable of using yet. So in the implementation phase, this is going to be a big task. It was the same with the GDPR. The data protection agencies in the countries had to come together and discuss, and that was a hard topic. And what we're talking about now is something that doesn't exist yet. There are no authorities for this Service Act. And this story is far from over after the dialogue is over. But we will have to cooperate to come up with a shared implementation. Okay, I would like to ask a question myself, or would like to invite you to share your perspective of the idea behind the Digital Markets Act. It's supposed to create fair market conditions. And this could become an innovation stimulus. So since our event is called Visions for Digital Europe 2025, what would be your wish for the European platform economy on the basis of the hopefully successfully implemented Digital Markets Act? What's your vision here? I think the DMA has a great potential. We're creating clear rules. Here's your gatekeeper role. That's all nice. You're very successful. That's good for you. We support you. But we see that there is some sort of abuse going on, and leaving open doors for other actors when the legislation goes through the way it is, there will be a clear list of what is not going to be possible. You can't just build on top of all of your digital services and then claim a monopoly at some point. But we will have to make it possible for everyone to find their own niche, for startups to find their niche. So we don't have the innovation in the form of Facebook or Google, but there are so many opportunities in the digital world. We saw, because of the pandemic, we had a catalyst here to go digital, whether it's in conference systems or in schools. We saw that there are many great models that have been developed. So there are many economic factors. And I think, and I hope that our act will be a catalyst, definitely. Another very important aspect is artificial intelligence. It's very interesting. It is not too late. We're not, I mean, the other part isn't too late either. But in AI, we can cooperate with our excellency centers and some of those great ideas that have been, provided, then we can reach the top. And we can compare it to what's happening in China or in the US, and there's a parallel competition going on. And I'm really hoping that by setting those rules and those parameters, we can set a stimulus. It is not an act that forbids everything. It's supposed to enable everything. So this is a very close connection with our ecological transformation. This is another very big transformation in Europe. And then digitalization and AI, etc., are pretty much on the same level in terms of transformational value. So there are synergy effects that can be possible, that can be achieved if we focus on it strongly, which is why I'm convinced that regulation concepts and the innovation concepts together can push us forward. There are so many creative people with big ideas, and that'll help them. So maybe we'll just build the new metaverse instead of the new Facebook. Yes. Another question that picks up on not isolating ourselves, but partnering up and also having transatlantic talks. How does Europe find dialogue with other regions in the world? That's something that's always very important to me. If we look at the American model or the Chinese model, those are like the three big models. Maybe we could have an alternative way that focuses more on democracy. If we look at the One Belt, One Road initiative in China and the programs that coming out of the US, we all have these digital sovereignty issues. How do you see that happening for the EU? That is definitely something that we'll have to pay attention to. Digital transformation strategy also includes digital sovereignty, and it makes us look at the first context here. We're not there yet. I do hope that we can come up with the Bretton Woods, for example, for the digital world. I think that is a measure that would be very, very great. The Chinese partners don't look at the individual. It is more targeted towards supervising people or watching people. But we do have very interesting dialogues in international forums, not only G7, G20, maybe some smaller institutions that can be supported here and that can play their role. I think the OECD, for example, would be a good place. But I do think there are some exciting things going on in the US. If we look at the experiences at the beginning of the year, the storm of the Capitol, the terrorist attack, is something we need to consider. It is very serious. And we had some regulation ideas, and they always kept saying, oh, no, First Amendment, we can't regulate this. We don't want this. But now there is a big discussion going on. We saw that in the presidential election, break up Facebook, for example. Then there are the scandals that are happening now have an impact. We have a forum where the EU and the US get together to talk about regulatory topics in digital transformation. And we need to discuss this. This is something that will move us forward. And if we could agree on certain things, that would impact the entire world. Japan is interested, Canada is interested. So we have alliances that are possible. And I have been very much involved in the GDPR. And we saw how our topics spread everywhere and our principles spread. We don't have to have like a complete one-on-one implementation of our system, but we can inspire people. Those are the principles that we're communicating. And I hope that the digital transformation will have a similar impact, because we have been making so much more progress than the other partners. Yes, absolutely. We have two questions. Maybe we can get short answers. Sophie Stahlberg asks, how can we make sure that the DSA doesn't fall behind national standards? For example, having a forwarding place. How do you see that? What can make the internet a safer space? The first reply is, do we go a harmonized way or do we have a country way? And our shared market is very important for us. And all of our acts have the shared market as a basis. So I hope that the DSA that has our shared values and goals and partnership together. But I am talking with my background with the GDPR. We had 27 regulations or directives. They were very individualized. And then we came up with a general directive that works everywhere. And now we are addressing things in a different way because this act doesn't exist in the member states. So we're creating it for everyone, and it will be valid for everyone and implemented everywhere. I think the shared and harmonized laws, it's the law for an entire continent. That is something that we need to base our decisions on. We need to have the same rights and the responsibilities for the platforms that are for everyone here in Europe. And I think the DSA is definitely about protecting consumers, but obviously it cannot serve for everything. There are specific rules, for example, for terroristic content, which has much stricter rules and needs to be deleted right away. And also child abuse is another topic that it has stricter regulations. Also political advertising is something where there's a threat. So our general DSA is our basis, but there are certain security aspects that will require certain stricter laws. Thank you, Renate. That is a very good overview of policy packages. That was a great start for our event today. Well, thank you and enjoy the discussion. Thank you for having me here. Thank you. Okay, now we started this event just right. We have parallel sessions now. In room 1, we have economy online as a broad topic. And we will just continue with Mrs. Nikolay. We're talking about new rules for fair competition. And in room 2, we have another topic, which is data online, unleashing data treasures, European data spaces, and Gaia-X. We have Lily Ilyev, who's there. We have Sergei Lagondowski, who is a member of the European Parliament for the Greens, and Marco Alexander Breit, who is the head of the task for artificial intelligence for the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. And the moderation will be provided by Maria Sousa. This is room 2.
And in room 2, favor of European data spaces and interested in access and user scenarios of data in the data rooms. John Weitzman is a lawyer. He is in charge for policy in the Wikimedia Germany, and he is active to make sure that the data can be used in the interest of everyone. The European data spaces must serve the public interest, and the data mustn't must be accessible to all civil organizations. And last but not least, we have Sergei Lagodinsky. He's member of the European Parliament, and he is also member of the Committee for Foreign Affairs and Justice and Interior items. And he says that we must make sure that we define the regulations that must regulate this area. Now, a question to all of you, after you are welcome to start a discussion. The European data space, is this a realistic vision, or is it a aim that could never be reached? Hella Kudinsky, would you like to make a start? Thank you. Let me start and state in a political perspective, I think and that is what you hear times and again, and I can only stress this, we have found golden standards with our data standards, and I don't have to name them all. I think that all of you are familiar with this and know all these framework conditions. My question is rather, how can we achieve not only standards for us, but also make sure that those standards are enforced globally? That means that we need structural and financial efforts to position ourselves globally in the sector of artificial intelligence. And this is a field, those are two fields I work in the European Parliament. And I think that we have to make sure that we have common data rooms for data sets. If that is not the case, we will depend on others, and that's not what we want. I don't want to stress this too much, this discussion on co-dependencies on American big players, and I think that we have distinguished between different countries. We have to observe democratic standards, but one thing is for sure, geostrategically speaking, the data sovereignty, the digital sovereignty is an item that must be positioned in a way that we can protect potential market advantages. And I think this will be the case in the field of industrial data. This is a field where we, in contrary to many other rivals, have huge gatekeepers. And no matter whether we have European champions, we have some in Germany, but we must make sure that data can be accessible and can be used as a market advantages on European level. And I also think that in the field of healthcare, with data protection, we can share data, protected data, and we also need data for the green transformation, data from the public administration, data from traffic. I think those would be the three, how should I say, silos, the three chapters we should focus on, and we should make sure that on the one hand, those are data sets that are open in their nature. And I think Mr. Weizen will want to say something in this respect. And we should also make sure that those are data sets that are compatible with our values, that are not only open data, but So data that have been made anonymous in a safe way and cannot be made public and traceable again, cannot be taken out again of their safe standard. We should make sure that we have ecosystems that are safe as far as cybersecurity and data protection is concerned, and we can only achieve this if we make a common European effort. And if we have a project, and this project, we've heard it in the media, is not going so smoothly. So I'm interested in what my colleagues have to say, but I think that it is the right way to go. I think that in this or another form, we have to make progress. Thank you very much. I think that you've mentioned a lot of interesting points. Mr. Weitzman, do you feel alluded? Would you like to take the floor now? Yes, with pleasure. You asked, is this a realistic perspective or a goal that cannot be achieved? What do you understand by goal or perspective? If you think perspective is a digitalized common heritage and must be boosted, and well, then you can still have your doubts as far as civil service and civil society is concerned. The European data space will not be completely open, open content the way we like it. Otherwise, we would not need those spaces and limits. So this has been conceived as protected rooms where things can happen, protected from other influences. And of course, those are limits to be drawn, and it's a problem. They have advantages, but they also come with disadvantages. And for us, with our project, probably it won't be useful for a start. Won't be useful. Therefore, if they should be useful data rooms in the interest of a digitalized society, I think that the access must be open for all of us. This, of course, is always compatible with the idea of having limits, but there are ways to find a solution. I think the investigation should be included in data spacing. You should be able to do data mining to find information, but non-governmental efforts should also have access. And it would be ideal if you could take out data from those data spaces, could use them elsewhere, but that's also a question of data protection, especially in the field of health care. But I think there you could work with different tools that could be used for this purpose. And this is our goal, to make sure that the European data spaces will be something useful for public administration. And Mrs. Gabetin, what would you like to say? Interesting question. Is this a realistic goal or is it not realistic? Of course, that depends on what you're talking about. As far as the regulation is concerned, we have made progress. We already have a Data Protection Act. We have uniform things. And the European Union is quite ambitious. Maybe we have a over-regulation, and at regulatory level, I think that we have a realistic aim. I think we're not in the beginner's state. Another issue is technology, the business models, and healthcare. Of course, in Europe as well, you have very different systems, different national health systems. And at this level, of course, this means that different countries have different ways to do things. So standardization has not made progress so far, which is a big problem, because the field of medicine has undergone a revolution, a digital revolution. And in this field, I think we are condemned to be successful. We must reach this standardization. And if we have a look at the European situation, we see that there are different attempts. In Finland, you have a public institution that works with electronic databases for their patients and also uses data, digital data for investigation. They do not distinguish between healthcare and investigation. This is something that is still a vision in Germany. We ask ourselves, is this feasible? But it's a reality in Finland. And as far as the European healthcare data room is concerned, this must be our model, and I think it must be our aim to also include investigation. And of course, that also means that this is a subject that I deal with on a daily basis at a regulatory level. There is still a lot to be done. I only have to mention data protection laws, and they create too many challenges for investigation. They sometimes are obstacles. This is only one example. So we use data to improve our technologies. One example, if we talk of medical use to make clinical decisions, to help doctors to understand X-rays, that means we must have access to these data and must give them to doctors and patients. That means we need a well-structured and high-quality data, not data of any type. That means we must invest heavily into this field, and there we still have obstacles to overcome. And with all our goodwill, we still have a lot to do in this field. Thank you. That was fascinating. I have the impression that you have found a good start. Herr Bright, would you like to make a statement in this respect? Yes, thank you, and hello, everyone. I would like to pick up 2 points. On the one hand, the question, is this a fantasy or is this being realistic? I think that we have common European data rooms, and it is an absolute necessity. We can talk a lot about data, data protection, and so on, but I think that what's important now, not only here, we in Europe are not able to come up with a physical common system. Unlike China, we don't have a competence center that can build up a common center. We do not have that in Europe. If we want to do this in Germany, they would want to do this in Berlin, and then the Bavarians feel left out, let alone the fact that we are 27 countries. So we need one common focal point of digital data rooms where you can cooperate on a, this is what makes sense as far as public economy is concerned. This is the objective Gaia-X, and that's why this is the first step to a common approach that is creating welfare for Europe. And the second point I'd like to stress, we all have in our heart a citizen and a consumer. Of course, we want to be protected as consumer. A citizen wants to decide freely what he wants to buy and where he wants to buy. The citizens want that his data are being protected. He wants to make sure that his data are not shared with everyone, with his insurance, for example, but he does use an iWatch. And if we can meet, and if we can come up with a common attitude, we have made a big step. Otherwise, we will fail. And I think that if we are talking about this current regulatory process and the already existing acts and the future acts, if we take them all into consideration, I think we are on the wrong track. We have to include ourselves. And we want to focus on innovation. Others want to focus on data protection, and it's very difficult to meet. But the point is that we have to fuse. We have to understand that we citizens have two hearts, a heart as a citizen and a heart as a consumer. And in Europe, if you regulate, and we are a champion as far as regulation is concerned, if you talk with Americans from the industry or from the administration, they will all tell you the same. They will tell you, yes, it's going to be interesting what comes out of this effort in Europe. Probably it will be an act of a few hundred pages, and we will pick out a few pages that suit as well. That also implies that we are over-regulating something and are going too far, and maybe should take into consideration that the US will do cherry picking. I'm just mentioning this to make sure that all these regulatory processes are competing internationally. And I come to an end. It is not very useful to have in Europe very strict rules if the products come from elsewhere, from third countries, where not the same rules apply. Why? Because the product is convenient, and on the second hand, because there are no such European products. Now, I'd like to invite all panelists to react and
Darf ich vielleicht
take up
starten
a
und Herrn Breit entgegnen,
discussion.
dass
Can I make a
Innovation nicht das
start
Problem
and
ist in
tell
Europa. Wir
Mr.
haben,
Bright that
wenn Sie
innovation
sich
is not the
das
issue?
Betriebssystem Android angucken,
If you
basiert das
have a look
großteils
at
auf Linux. Das kommt aus Europa. Wenn
Android,
Sie
it
sich
is
Projekte
a
wie zum Beispiel auch
project
unser
that stems
Hausprojekt
from
Data angucken,
Linux. So
was
it
gerne auch so
is
als
a
Gamechanger
European
des
creation, and
maschinenlesbaren Wissens
actually we can be
gehandelt
proud
wird.
of
Das kommt aus
this.
Europa. Das
So this
Problem
is a
ist
European
nicht, dass
baby. The
andere
problem is not
innovativer wären, sondern
that
das Problem ist,
others are more
dass wir in Europa
innovative.
zu wenig aus
The
uns selber
problem
machen.
is that
Und ich
in
fürchte, wenn
Europe
wir jetzt
we are not
versuchen,
doing enough
ein
to
amerikanisches Modell
use our
des
talent.
Laissez-faire oder des, weiß ich
And
nicht, da
if
sind die dann
you
immer
pick
flexibler und
out
freier, wenn wir
a
das versuchen zu kopieren,
American
werden wir
system and
nicht
try
diese
to
unsere
copy it,
Stärke
we will never use our own
nutzen, sondern wir versuchen
European
dann etwas
strength.
nachzuahmen,
We will
was nicht
then
aufgeht
only
ist.
try to
Also
copy
das will ich einfach nochmal
something
ein
that's not
Fragezeichen dahinter setzen.
European.
Was ich mir wünschen
That's
würde, wäre zum
why
Beispiel, dass man sowas
I
wie die europäische Datenbankenrichtlinie
would
endlich zurückzieht.
wish
In den 90er
for
Jahren hat man sich gedacht,
a
toll, wenn wir
European
ein Schutzrecht an
common
Daten
approach.
erzeugen,
I
dann wird
think
das
that
Geschäftsmodelle in Europa
European
geben.
data protection
Komischerweise sind die
has
ganzen
gone too
datengetriebenen
far.
Geschäftsmodelle dann erst recht in den USA entstanden.
Surprisingly,
Das sind
the
Dinge, die wir sollten einfach nicht Fehler machen,
data protection
die wir in der
models have all
Vergangenheit
been
gemacht haben,
created in
sondern
the
vielleicht nach
US, and we
vorne
should
schauen
avoid errors
und
made
eben auch
in
die
the past.
europäischen
We should
Werte
look
besinnen, denn
forward
dieses
and should
Konsumentenherz, von
think
dem Sie
back
gesprochen haben,
and
das möchte ja trotzdem nicht in
relate to our
seinen
European
Apple-Produkten
values,
registriert werden. Das möchte
because of
trotzdem
course
nicht,
we
dass
want
die
to
Apple
have
Watch
Apple
hinterher
products. We want
an die
to
Firma
use
Apple
our Apple
eine
Watch, but we
Schätzung
do not
abgibt,
want
ob die Personen so
Apple
depressiv
to
geworden sind oder solche Dinge.
transfer
Das wollen die
our data
europäischen
to
Bürger nicht.
Apple.
Und da hat die
European
Politik, glaube ich,
citizens
die
do not
Pflicht, dafür
want
zu
that, and I
sorgen,
think
dass
politics
mit Daten eben nicht so verfahren werden
must
kann, wie es
make
die
sure
amerikanischen
that
Produkte dann auch
we
tun.
handle our
Und da
data
liegt,
in
glaube ich, der
another way
eigentliche Hase im Pfeffer.
than
Vielleicht
the
hat Herr Labousse da
Americans.
auch
I think this
einen ganz
is
speziellen
what
Blick noch
this
drauf.
is all about. Okay, thank you. Let me add something. Even though 3 men in a row have taken the floor, maybe colleague Grapentin wants to take the floor. Okay, maybe if I could add briefly, as far as the industry perspective is concerned, if you talk about innovation and implementation of innovation in products and introduce and launch products, it is the job of the industry. This is our strength. We can help implementing products which have been investigated by others. And innovation, I think, is a task of the industry. And therefore, I would say that I am all for open data, yes, but I guess that we need a framework, but maybe the European framework is not very friendly towards innovation and neither very easy to be implemented. Let me add something. I think, Sergey, we have a regulatory dilemma. I understand the logic of the industry that says, okay, we have this Apple Watch, and of course it only exists because we can retrieve data from their use. And I think this is the idea of this consumer-oriented innovation. I think this enables gathering data. I think that consumers are being used, and my hope and the hope of the European members of the parliament of all political parties is as follows. We want to create a framework, a common framework for another type of value creation at this interface of data and business. Of course, this is not easy to convey as an idea to Siemens and others, because they have to work in this context. They have no choice, and this is their reality. But the question remains, can we do something in common? And I think we can, not only the big players, but all the small and medium enterprises and startups must be included. I meet them in Berlin and they say overregulation is not our problem, say the startups. Our problem is to find qualified workers and be able to pay them. Our problem is to make this step from a small venture capital company to becoming a large venture capital. That's where the Americans come in, and by our innovation, by our innovative projects. Those are the points where we should regulate more. That's where we should act to make sure that we have our presence in this market. I don't, however, believe that we are over-regulating. I don't think Data Governance Act does over-regulate the situation. At least I see it as a lean tool. However, we have to take into consideration the protection of data to make sure they cannot be de-anonymized. We have to distinguish clearly between personal data and non-personal data. That is what my discussion partners mentioned. We want to have a clear distinction. We want to know what is personal, what is not, and that is feasible. If we in this Data Governance Act state clearly, that will make it clearer than ever before. Of course, the data protection law is going to be our guide, and we will adapt all the others. The data protection law, the German data protection law, needs, of course, a common approach between the federal government and the different lender. This has not been the case so far. We must come to an agreement what concepts mean. But I think that we should not play down our market as Europe and should not state that our rules and regulations are our enemies. If I speak to American administration bodies, they tell me that they would like to have many of the tools that we have, but they don't. I think this is positive. If you say, let's see what works, of course, maybe we are an innovation lab in this field. I think that is a strength. I think that makes us strong because we do something, whereas they wait and see what works and what doesn't work. And I agree with you, Mr. Bright. This is exactly what I wanted to say. We cannot only set standards, no, because we cannot set standards for others in fields where we, as a market, as far as data protection law is concerned, we were a consumer markets, therefore we were able to impose it as a world standard. In the field of artificial intelligence, we are producer, user, so as to be able to set standards. And I think this is not a contradiction. We must create strong standards, clear rules, and at the same time offering support for a good and sound digital business and economy. And we have to include the small ones as well. Of course, they also use innovation, the innovation that the small ones use.
When we talk about data protection, this is for us a prerequisite, because without it, we cannot work, indeed. And we need to have one approach that is very similar, and to have a flexible regulation space, to have a framework. So data protection is, to us, part of our business, because without the trust into a very good regulation system, we cannot start. This is very important to mention. So also when we talk about the Data Governance Act, I looked at it, and there are legislative recommendations or proposals, and it can be said that it's very important to change the approach, because we always had discussions on a different level, and now data is being seen as a resource. It's being talked about, and this is a very important starting point. And it started in the 70s, and we needed approximately 50 years until we had a very good framework. So in the last 20 years, data protection was not that important and was not really being implemented. And regulations like these need time. And data are resources. This is a development we can see at the moment, and we need to catch up, because the industry is faster than those who are regulating it. And this is why we have to work in this regard. So I'm not against regulation. This is something I have to emphasize. No, it's very important to regulate things. And we are in a situation where data protection was in the 70s an answer to IT. And now we have an answer to the evolution of the software developments in terms of AI. And we need to establish a framework, and this framework will look different in 30 years, for example. We need to bring it to the next level, but we also need to start somewhere. If I may say something too, I think we have different perspectives, but we're talking about the same, because we all appreciate the DPR. We started Gaia-X because we want to implement this, because we thought, how can we implement this? To have these possibilities, also that the industry can make use of this framework, and also those who are in conflict, how we can get others to make use of these standards. And Gaia-X is now being brought to the industry and they need to discuss about it, but I have a positive attitude in this regard, and I think that the question is, how do we implement these standards on a global level? And when we talk about Siemens, Siemens is based on your products. You set standards with your products, but in the last 10, 15 years, the standards have changed. So some states, some firms withdrew, and now the standards are coming from somewhere else, not from single continents, not from single corporations, but there's this tendency. What we see an Apple standard, what Apple does, because many people buy Apple products, and this is why it's an accepted standard worldwide. And when we talk about the European Union, we're trying to keep up, and on the other hand side, we see that governments are trying to set standards, and they're trying to influence standards. But what I think is that we need to export products, and then we can set standards. We can only achieve our goals, namely prosperity and value creation. And on the one hand side, we need to have standards on a European level, and on the other hand side, we need to have products. And based on IE, this is going to be very important, and we are very decisive in this regard. When we talk about social scoring, facial recognition, this is not something we want in Europe, and we need to really take a close look how to do it in the private economy. But if I want to implement something, then I need a product that is very good, that is convenient, and that is based on our standards. And this is something we want to promote. This is why we want test labs, deadlines where people can experiment, and this is really that helps us. And this is included in the Data Governance Act. I would like to talk about data again. This is true what you said, we need good products in order to set standards, but when I talk about the health sector, about health data, we encounter different kinds of problems. We need good quality data, structured data, standardized data, but when we take a look at or talk about patient data, this is very old, there's no communication, there's no structure. This is something, this is known, so when I talk about this, I would not talk about data treasures, because one really has to invest in order to be able to use these data sets, also in terms of IA, in terms of health sectors. We need to have a very good AI, otherwise we cannot have progress. So when we talk about standards, from my perspective, we start at the bottom almost, and there's a room for improvement, and we need to do more. We need to have more investments in order to have standards. We don't have that yet. There are different levels, of course, we're talking about, but in this sector where I'm working, we need to catch up. We're not there where we want to be. There are different reasons for this. I'm not going to talk about them in detail, but in terms of IE, we need to catch up. And this is really a prerequisite in order, if we want to share data, one needs to have data. I have a question, or a question that is to be found in the chat. When we talk about incentives concerning being a part of the European data spaces in terms of SMEs, well, one has access to data, but how can this be coordinated that really enterprises want to share their data and that they know if I share my data, something comes back to me. I can draw benefits out of it. I think this would be a good question for Mr. Weitzman.
Ist gemeint ich als Person oder ist gemeint ich als Unternehmen?
Do we talk about me as a person or as an enterprise? Well, what I think is the following. As an enterprise, it's not easy to share data because there are regulations, limitations. But one could maybe think about open data approaches where there's a data pool and some data is being extracted. So this could be an innovative
da ist natürlich
model.
aus unserer Sicht immer darauf zu achten, dass man sich möglichst keine neuen Lizenzmodelle ausdenkt, die dann wieder mit den bestehenden nicht kompatibel sind. Also wir haben dieses berühmte Thema der Lizenzproliferation, was viele Probleme erzeugt. Aber grundsätzlich würde ich dem zustimmen. Wie ich eingangs auch gesagt hatte, wenn man Daten in den Datenräumen beforschen kann, ist das schon eine gute Sache, wenn man das auch nach draußen geben kann über eine Synthetisierung oder so, dass auf jeden Fall keine personenbezogenen Informationen mehr da drin sind. Das wäre auch toll. Dann hätte halt die Gesellschaft mehr davon, als dass man nur innerhalb der Gruppe, die zu dem jeweiligen Datenraum gehört, eine Wertschöpfung erzeugt. Und ganz wichtig ist eben an der Stelle, das kam auch schon von glaube ich, das Vertrauen ist halt Schlüssel bei dem Ganzen. Wenn ich nicht darauf vertraue, dass ich was davon habe, wenn ich an dem Datenraum teilnehme, dann werde ich da nicht dran teilnehmen. Und das ist auch, glaube ich, der Preis, zu Herrn Breit noch, der Preis für dieses Cherry-Picking, der bezahlt wird. Es mag ja sein, dass in den USA dann am Ende so ein Best-of unserer Regelungen ankommt. Aber ich glaube, das Cherry-Picking hat eben auch den Preis, dass man als Bürgerinnen und Bürger in den USA halt nicht so geschützt ist, wie man in Europa ist. Diesen Faktor sollte man immer mit einberechnen, vor allem auch wenn man versucht, mit den Produkten aus den USA zu konkurrieren. Wird man immer das Problem haben, dass es natürlich einfacher ist, eine viel tiefere Datenanalyse anzubieten in einem Consumer-Produkt, wenn ich überhaupt kaum Regelungen habe, auf die ich mich achten muss, oder wenn da überhaupt keine Schutzmechanismen eingezogen sind. Deswegen weiß ich nicht, ob das überhaupt funktionieren kann, zugleich die europäischen Standards hochzuhalten und aber auch mit den Produkten zu konkurrieren aus den USA. Das kann mal funktionieren, aber man wird immer so eine Art Uphill-Battle, also immer wie bergauf wahrscheinlich kämpfen aus
and one always has to fight from a European point of perspective. Yes, Apple battle, okay, but this does not mean that one should try it. And I don't want to talk about copying the American model. No, I want to take our model, our legislation, because it starts on a bigger level in Europe, that we need to know that there's a regulative competition. And if I keep this in mind, one can change this and that maybe. But it's always a question of the consumer, of the business model. If industries are cooperating, if they see a business model. And when we talk about the common good, so Siemens, well, it is a great firm. Also in terms of renewable energy, they work very well, and the data sets are connected with European data in terms of wind production, wind rays, and then they bring this to the suppliers, and then they have one large data space. And they have different wind turbines, and they build their wind turbines where it is useful so that these wind turbines work more efficient. So, and due to these data, due to this common data space, they can have advantages. And I would like to tell this to you, Mr. Wetzman, if I have then different partners from the civil society and there's been research undertaken, and then I show how this works and everybody can draw benefits out of it. And what promoted this cooperation was that there was not a lot of challenge, not a lot of obstacles, that there was trust indeed. And on the other hand side, a common business model, because the corporations are the one who are operating and they need to be able to draw benefits out of it, also those who do greenwashing.
Herr Weizmann, haben Sie dazu direkt eine Antwort?
Nee, das ist richtig. Also das ist das idealtypische Bild, was Herr Breit jetzt gerade entworfen hat. Das wäre natürlich, das ist natürlich tatsächlich dann das, der maximale Mehrwert auch für das Gemeinwohl. Wir sind von der Zivilgesellschaft her natürlich immer so ein bisschen ein Problem mit dem Blick auf Daten, irgendwie, wenn dann Metaphern verwendet werden, wie das neue Öl oder das neue Gold oder das neue Plutonium, hat man gelesen. Da wünschen wir uns, dass man eben Daten auch eher als das sieht, was sie sind, nämlich kein zu verbrennender fossiler Rohstoff, sondern in Kreisläufen befindliche Informationen über die Welt. Und die sehen wir eher als eine Art Grundwasser der digitalen Gesellschaft an. Und das kann eine Ware sein, das ist aber auch ein Gemeingut. Also das ist ein Faktor, den wir immer gerne stark machen, aber das klang ja eben auch durchaus bei Herrn Breit so an. Wenn das ist, wohin die europäischen Datenräume gehen, dann ist es sicherlich
and if we're going into this direction, then this would be very positive. And I would like to say something too. A smart regulation is very important, and we're trying to work on this in this regard, because we don't see data as property of someone. One can have know-how, algorithm, yes, but the data per se is not something that belongs to the enterprises, because they come into existence in a common space, and it is the responsibility of the enterprises. And I'm not naive, of course, but there could be incentives through regulation, that there's one tries to promote purposeful use of data, that the common good is at the center of different strategies in different regulations. But when we talk about different kind of data, the common good needs to be incorporated. Otherwise, we destroy the trust of society into us if this does not work.
Ja, es gibt ja in gewissem Umfang gibt es ja bereits Regulierungsrahmen.
Well, there are regulations in different areas, cartel law, for example, antitrust law, relevant markets, who has access to what, how can I direct investments, how can I secure that there's not all competitors use the same data pool and try to make higher prices. So there is a regulative framework, and the question is how to design this regulative framework in a smart way, because of course we want the industry to be innovative, to do good innovation, so to speak, and these are very complex systems. And I saw the legislative drafts, and they are very cautious because they're just starting and they need to go step by step and to think about the structures one would like to have and to have standardized data. So one can have the best results, but I would say there's a lot of trial and error. And so the proof is in the pudding. One has to start. And when we talk about data spaces, also one needs to put it into practice, not only talk about it, but implement it. And one also has to work very cautiously on the details. There are different boundaries, different layers. One really has to start and take a look of how to deal with these data spaces. Only then one can draw learnings out of it. I don't really see my panelists, but I would like to name examples. We have a data space in the government, and there are different ministries, different enterprises, but there's one problem. Who is responsible for this data space and which economic interest do they have? And if there are more enterprises that are meeting and there are some enterprises that don't really want to participate, and they say we want to exchange data, we do this anonymized, we work together and we try to make it work in a good way. And at the end, it does not work because those who operate the data spaces should be independent, and this is very hard. And we are working on this. The question is, if there's someone who is interested to operate these data spaces in order to make money, the question is, how does that work? There could be data intermediaries from a government level. And secondly, when we talk about data mobility, there are some enterprises that solely have data. They don't have anything else. And if they are a part of this, let's talk about a Berlin startup who have these e-scooters, for example. They only have data. They have scooters, yes, but the most valuable thing they have is the data set. Who uses my scooter? Who are my customers? And they're working with all of these data and they make money out of this data. And if they don't have that, they don't have anything, and the larger players draw benefits. So we also need to take into account the business models of the smaller ones, because they only have data sets. And if they if they have to open themselves, then maybe there's a dwindling of innovation because they only have their data. You talked about a very interesting topic, and we don't have that much time anymore, which makes me a little bit sad. Mr. Kuntinski, Mr. Breit, we have a question in the chat concerning Gaia-X. Maybe you could answer this question. When we talk about Chinese partners and partners from the United States, and if they're on board, how would you interpret or define the notion of data sovereignty? Would you like to give the answer? Yes. I know it from the current narrative from Amazon via Chinese. I don't know a lot about Chinese enterprises concerning Gaia-X. I don't think they're that important in this regard. From a political point of view, I am worried because the question is, when we talk about data sovereignty, I don't want to exaggerate, but we need to be careful not to be dependent on others, because 75% or most that we make use of the American systems. There are reasons why we make use of these American programs, but the question is, and which ways do exist in order to avoid partnerships where there's a lot of tension, because there is a tension in this regard, and I would also like to learn that too, because I don't know. Well, firstly, Gaia-X does not only organize data spaces where people can agree if they want to be a part of this data space, because if an enterprise is a member of Gaia-X, it can look into every data space. This is not true. One is only part of the discussion. Chinese and American enterprises are a part of Gaia-X because Gaia-X has a second dimension. Also, this is based on European law and on other legislative projects, because we try to set standards. And if we do this, we must not exclude others, because this would also only be a disadvantage for the other enterprises. This is why Gaia-X is open for all enterprises and corporations, but this does not mean that they all have access to every data space. Data cooperation is on a voluntary basis, and secondly, where Gaia-X makes decisions, this is in European hands. So the board of directors, their enterprises need to be found in Europe. That was very hard to push through, because maybe you can imagine there was a lot of resistance, not only from American corporations, but also from corporations that have a long German tradition that say we are assessed in the worst way. And to us, it is important that Gaia-X serves the European economy, is there for the European data sovereignty, and we need European partners. And we also need, I don't want to talk about Siemens in this regard, let's talk about Philips. Philips has different data streams from China to other countries, and we cannot say this has to take place only in Europe. So we need to find a balance there. And I think this conflict, we can find solutions. And when we talk about Gaia-X, it will be open source, 100% open source at the end, so that there's not one dominant corporation, that one corporation can look into it. No, it is there for each and every one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for answering the question. It's 11:42 and it's going to end in 3 minutes. This is why I would like to use the last minutes to say thank you to you. Thank you for your visions, for your perspectives. Thank you very much for the panelists. Thank you very much for participating in the chat. All of the panelists, thank you very much for having taken part in this discussion. And we're going to continue with Open Data Institute, Analysis in Light of the Data Governance Act. You can stay here in this room in case you're interested in this topic. In the other room, there's the panel Regulation of Data Trusts. We talked about some of these topics, for example, trust in European data spaces. So you can switch to room 1. I'm going to post the link into the chat. Then you can click on it if this is an exciting topic to you. There you go. And well, I would like to say thank you very much, and I wish you a nice day. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Ja, da sind wir auch schon vollständig. Ich darf Sie gerne begrüßen zu unserem Panel Open Data Institute, eine Analyse im Lichte des Data Governance Actes.
I'd like to welcome you all. The subject is Open Data Institute Analysis in the Light of Data Governance Act. We have with us Marianne Janssen, Diana Krebs. They're both specialists. Marianne Janssen has a year-long experience and is part of the working group Open Data, and at Capgemini she is managing consultant, and since 2017 she's in charge of open government, open data, and data-driven government. Member of a working group that consists of open data stakeholders, and she fights for open data with an international standard. Diana Krebs is head of the program Open Government at Neuland 21 and looks and searches for new ways with citizens. Her focus is on open data, and in her former activity for the Open Knowledge Foundation, she has implemented open data projects. She knows the challenges of rural areas and asks the question, how can we meet the challenge of digital divide? Before opening this discussion, I'd like to give the floor to Mari Janssen, but first of all, let me introduce the subject and discuss why we need to set new impulses. So far, Germany has not been very successful as far as open data is concerned in the international ranking. We are maybe at the level of China, but people expect a lot from us and want to open data. We're not only talking about open data, but also about shared data. Less than a year ago, the Commission came up with a preliminary project for data governance with the aim to make the availability of data better, to gather data that are in common interest for all the citizens, and that must be protected from the public sector information directive. And those data must be treated separately. Okay, now what does the Data Governance Act rule? It creates a mechanism for further use of such sensible data, but doesn't grant the data access. Different from the directive, it does not give you a right to further use those data. It is up to the member state to rule these items, but the Data Governance Act forces states to create a infrastructure, and this is of course interesting for us in this working group. On the one hand, the member states must create one or several administrations that are in charge if data are being put somewhere. And if you make these data available, you must either anonymize them or offer them in a safe context. Both are a challenge for the administration, and most of the administrative bodies are not up to it. The responsible administration will be supported and can grant access to data. A second innovation of institutional nature is the central information that grants access to data and charges for access. That also deals with requests to further use of data. And now, those are the two institutions proposed by this Data Government Act, and I'd like to ask Mrs. Nansen to come up with her proposal for a German Institute for Data Governance. Thank you for this invitation. I'm glad to be participating and like to present you the idea and different points that not only I have come up with, but the expert group that consists of many stakeholders. In this expert group, we have Christian Horn from GovData and Carsten Starman from the Bertelsmann Foundation. We have myself, and we have a long open data experience, and have often noticed that we need a common guideline, a common policy, and this of course depends on the different persons that use open data at administrative level, and there are different regulations that try to make this more popular, but sometimes you have to take into account that we have an act without all the regulations that implement this act. Change management is just one. We lack training. We lack technical understanding of this field. And this is the reason why we have come together with the colleagues from London and tried to copy each other. What is the UK doing? What does the Institute do there? How can we overcome these gaps? How can we fill the gaps that such institutes may have? And support is needed. Of course, we have different institutions like the Competence Center, but by law, they are only in charge of the federal level and the lender, not the municipal level. But many of the municipal levels store data, and so this does not make much sense. We understand this at government level, but of course we have lots of gaps to fill up at municipal level. That's why we came together, came up with a paper, and brought together the different subgroups that can have an interest without really create a proper organization with a proper ideology, with a proper way of doing. Who is financing this? That's also an ongoing discussion. Of course, the actual situation with the new government is fascinating for us as well. But we, however, think that we must be independent and must be able to support everybody, because we don't want a further administrative body at federal level to help all people. But we have no clear idea of what this needs. And this is the subject of today's discussion. I'm looking forward to this discussion. What speaks in favor, what is against such an organization, such an institute. And with this, I'll leave it at that and give you back the floor. Thank you for your statement. I think that's already a important subject that we have to deal with today. Before starting this discussion, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Krebs. Can you please start? Hey, hello, Mrs. Janssen. I'm looking forward to today's discussion. Neuland 21 welcomes this idea of an open data institute to give this subject a relevance. And personally, myself, I'm very curious, how can a institute of this kind make progress at national levels, at Länder level? Open Data Land has a look at the potential of open data at regional level, but we also analyze the challenges that municipalities have as far as the legal aspects and the administrative aspects are concerned. So the question is, how can we make sure that open data is accessible in rural areas as well? Because in the rural regions, we have 165 data platforms of municipalities. Some of them, 96, have local data. So we also have white spots that are not covered as yet, but now 47 million citizens live in rural areas, and a large percentage of the German surface is rural area. So this is a challenge. How can we make accessible open data to rural areas? What works for big cities, conurbation areas, might not necessarily work for rural areas. That's why we need an open data institute and must develop this idea further. Thank you, Mrs. Krebs. Now I'd like to give the floor back to Janssen. You've just mentioned what made you work for an open data institute, and you convinced us. But of course, I asked the question, why haven't we made further progress? Why do we have this institute? What are the challenges that we must overcome to really make this institute happen? Well, that of course is the most important question. Why haven't we made more progress? And I think there are different factors that play an important role. If we talk at federal level, such an institute sounds good, makes sense, they tell us. But of course, the question is, how can we make this happen? I mean, at federal level, then you need a political will, a special political will. Then the direction is predefined. If it's the lender, they in part have their own institutions in the energy sector, for example. So the question remains open. Does it make sense to create a further institution for open data? Because the energy sector has already made a lot of progress. So the question is, at what level should we locate such an institution? That plays an important role, and how much margin should it have? How much competence? This is one question. Another question remains open as well. The question is, what ministry at federal level wants to intervene? Are we rather heading towards investigation and development and make sure that investigation is brought to rural areas as well, and in another way than in the conurbation areas of big cities like Hamburg? Or do we rather opt for a more patriotic focus, preservation focus? And of course, this is a subject that is not a priority. I think actually we have other ongoing discussions that take place, which doesn't mean that this subject is not important. But of course, I think we need to do more to explain better what digitization and data management is about. How do you want to make sure that the municipalities are included into this digital revolution? How do I handle data in rural areas? How do I make them accessible for further use? Those are a lot of ongoing discussions. How can we bring together the countryside and the cities? This is all based on data and needs a further comprehension. We need to do some lobbying to make sure that the competent authorities that can make this institute happen understand the importance of it. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is maybe a vicious circle. The institute must inform, but well, it's not a small feat. Well, you already mentioned we have right now further different discussions about a future government formation. So this has not a priority, but maybe this would be the right moment to come up with our plea. And before I give the floor back to Frau Krebs, to Mrs. Krebs, back to you, Marit Janssen, we have mentioned the subject of data governance. We have a legal proposal. We deal with this central information center. And well, that rings a bell, does it not? And different entities that must support this project must help, must bring in information, still remains to be seen. I think that some of them will bring in their own data. That would be, I think, something new as compared to an institute that we already know. And maybe it would be the right opportunity to create an open data institute at German level and say, now look, we can bring together different issues. We have a single interlocutor that also is in charge of data that must be protected and can offer technical support. Yes, absolutely. I am against giving institutions too much liberty and create too many institutions that do not communicate with each other. I do not think that this would be the right way. Of course, this information should be coupled with an institute. Maybe, at least, we need a general structure, be it an institution, be it an administrative body. This institution must deal with this data and must bring together the different stakeholders. such a institution is needed. There's a crying need for it. I don't think that we have a name for it yet. I'm not for patchwork with different institutions. I don't think that would be the right solution. And I don't think this is the idea. And we would have to completely renovate a few existing institutions to achieve this. But of course, we have to take them all into consideration. That is no small feat. Thank you. Mrs. Krebs, can you add something as far as rural areas are concerned? What about rural areas? How about their availability? Are they ready to make their data sources open? Our experience, this is not a main subject, it's a niche subject. And of course, Corona has just shown that in rural areas, there are other priorities, and it has not been implemented as yet. Is there a need? Can we solve this need with a data-based approach? Those two subjects have not been brought together, let alone digitization that solves the problem. If we talk about people that capture data in rural areas, they of course tell us that there are a lot of fights and discussions ongoing in cities as well. But up to now, there is a fight to bring this subject on a political agenda. I'm not only talking of rural areas, I'm even talking of the Landebene. And that's a gap. That's something we have left alone too long, and that is an obstacle to innovation. Thank you. Now let's put the case that we open an open data institute. It is a successful institute and makes data available for its use. In rural areas, they realized this need as well, and cool, good idea, let's do it. What about the rural areas? Are they able to do this by themselves? Do they need help? Help from whom? Are there obstacles as far as funds are concerned, if they realize they need such an open data center? As long as there are no regulations about data access at Landebene, we have to deal with the question, what data do we need in rural areas? We have taken up this discussion with our interlocutors. We not sure what data we need. We're not sure why we should share data, because municipalities don't have the budget to share data. They have a lot of transparency about handling data. So it's a realistic approach. That's why we asked ourselves, are their data relevant for rural areas as far as agriculture is concerned, or tourism? Catalogs, as long as there is no legal base for open data, we should be able to offer something to the municipalities as far as data that are important and could be shared is concerned. And that is, of course, an important issue. Another challenge that we all see concerns the infrastructure. Infrastructure is a big subject, and we ask ourselves, where can we upload our data? How would this open data center work? Would this be done manually, or would it be fully automated? We need, of course, resources, we need people, we need infrastructures that are up to date, that are state of the art. And of course, the question is still open, where does the money come from? So the same holds true for the legal aspect. There is no legal framework as long as we don't have a clear legal framework, and Mrs. Janssen mentioned this patchwork that we have now. And of course, this patchwork legal situation creates a legal uncertainty at rural level. They're not sure what data they can actually make accessible. And another important subject, and of course the cities have a large advantage. In the rural areas, we don't have infrastructure. We aren't protected against hackers and so on, and that is a gap, and that's why we have different projects in Brandenburg and elsewhere to create open data institutions, but it is a very difficult task. Thank you, Mrs. Krebs. If I understood you well, you mentioned three difficult challenges. On the one hand, infrastructure is an issue, the legal situation on the second hand, and thirdly, especially in rural areas, you don't have the community. Now, let me bring in a remark from the chat before I give the floor to Mrs. Janssen. The question from the chat, a very interesting one. If we say we don't have the necessary infrastructure for open data, well, that is not quite true. The infrastructure is not only lacking for open data, it is lacking generally for a modern digital state. And that's not due to open data as a subject. That is rather a fact that we don't have the necessary infrastructure to implement open data. And that's why this new Data Governance Act with Article 1 is a good start. Well, now let me go back to this patchwork. Mrs. Janssen, how can open data improve the situation of a patchwork situation where several local institutions follow the model of NRW? Good question. Personally, I don't think this is a legal patchwork situation. We have lots of institutions and lots of actors in this field of open data. But as far as the legal perspective is concerned, if we really only have a look at open data, there is a federal law, there is a law at North Rhine-Westphalia, and well, that's all. And how does it influence the municipality? The question remains open. Therefore, I think that we have to be careful. But what I can understand, the municipalities have a high challenge in front of them. It's about standards, it's about metadata handling, and that is something that asks too much from them if they don't have an infrastructure. So first of all, we must also know what data are we talking about. And of course, this is an obvious discussion, but I would not say it is due to a legal patchwork situation, because an institute could say, yes, all very well. Now, what is the general direction in all this legal patchwork framework? And an institute would say, this is state of the art in the field of open data, because of course we have a big margin. The municipalities ask you, what data are we talking about? And a catalog would help, or partnerships would help. Municipalities that have already made their first steps and have experience could help other communities that are just starting. So those are different concepts that might work, but such an institution could give the direction. And of course, we must have a lot of liberty. We must decide what data are we talking about, what data can be published, what data must be protected, but so far nobody is forced to make those data available. And then we need the interface to make the exchange possible. And we see the municipalities don't really know what a DV file is. They have other problems. An institution could help them there and explain them what this is all about, could explain the user how to use data and make them available, come up with the right infrastructure. Because if I deal with open data, I have to ask, where do I start? How can I work with a municipality, and how can I bring it together with another municipality that already has experience in this field? So you see, this is a niche subject. We know of each other and we mention each other, we know each other, but I think more needs to be done. We must come together to explain the advantages of user cases, because there are lots of examples already existing, but of course we must make them public.
Ja, vielen Dank für diese Einlassung. Als Jurist denke ich auch oft natürlich darüber nach, wie kann man was ins Recht einflechten.
I'm often thinking about how incorporating things into law, how to really set specific standards in order to make others accountable. And if this institute is really a reliable source also for the ministries, there's paragraph 12a, open data for the federal state. And there's the Ministry for Interior in order to regulate. And if we think that there would be more open data standards, also on a smaller level, that have a similar competence when it comes to enforcing law, then this would work very well. So I'm a fan of this institute. So you don't have to ask 5 different institutes and you receive maybe 6 different answers. This would facilitate the process. Well, you talked about the problem of an open data community. Where is it? In Germany? Maybe you could explain to us how your approach is. But Leipzig is 1 hour away from Berlin. It has a smart city strategy. We are trying to implement this. We have an innovative partner. This really helps us a lot. And I'm coordinating a model project, Alles offen, everything is open in English. And open government is sometimes a very abstract notion for smaller municipalities, and we try to explain it and to make it tangible so that we explain what is the goal of open data. And we started with a lab there as well in the frame of the Open Knowledge Foundation, OKI Labs, and we now have the first lab now on the countryside, because these labs work very well in the cities and many profit from this. And this is why we wanted to establish this in the countryside as well. But in Fleming, things are differently. Well, we don't have a data basis, so this makes it hard to implement something. It's very difficult to find data, to know where are the different data, how to work with it. And there are a lot of critical voices as well, because open data, big data, Some people are not sure what is this all about, and we've now started with the citizens to talk to them. Is there a need maybe? And I have examples here as well. Firstly, in Bad Belzing, there are different areas. For example, there's a shooting range where people can shoot, and there are other citizens who claim it's too loud, and there's no databases. So this is why we're discussing, well, we need maybe sensors in order to determine if it's too loud or not, and to have databases over a certain time frame. Also, when we talk about dust, or as well as fine dust, there are people complaining that the air quality is very bad, particularly in summer, and we don't have any database. And also when we talk about Internet of Things, we can put this at the forefront. And thirdly, there's a lot of forest, and one does not really know, is there deer in the world? Is one allowed to shoot the deer? How much deer can be shot? So no one really knows exactly what is happening, and this is where databases would be important as well. And we are not directly going to the citizen and ask them, which data would you like to have? We ask them, which data do you need, and how can we help? And we try to compensate here not having a data community in this regard. So you talk about local needs, analyzing these needs, and then helping them and providing database solution, and to generate more data that can be used, that can be provided. It works very well, it seems. And Ms. Jansen, if we have local experiences, how can we work in the future? How can maybe also other municipalities be a part of this open data system? How is your approach? How is it possible to establish best practices from different municipalities? Well, I think that bringing together people is important, having a platform. But a lot of communication needs to be done so that municipalities know that an institute like this exists, that they can go there, talk to them about open data, and maybe have an open government then. Because I would not like to see this separated. I would like to see this inclusive, that the community has a partner whom they can talk to, stakeholders who support them. And the institute can then say, okay, we're in contact with 30 different other communities, municipalities, and we have one workshop. And there may be 5 municipalities who are at the very beginning, where they exchange different things, they share their knowledge. And maybe another municipality says, well, in our village, it's too loud as well. We could work together, we could act in concert, indeed. And there are political challenges as well in terms of municipalities. When we talk about infrastructure, environmental protection, political solutions need to be found, and a database is important in this regard, because some say, where's a database? How do I get where do I get the data from? And this is why we need to work together, particularly on the countryside. The connection is often not that good. Also, when we talk about the climate crisis, we need data. We can have a better approach if we have a good database. And this is why we need to assist the municipalities, and we need to encourage them to see things from a different perspective, to try to make them understand that they can find solutions due to data, and then bring different municipalities together to have workshops where their different topics are covered, which data format could be used, for example. So maybe this would be easier to do it step by step. You know, to just take a challenge or to take a data domain. Larger cities do this. So for example, let's talk about environment. What do we need here? What do we have? How can we work on this topic? And then to process step by step. And our institutes can help here by doing vocational training, workshops, really taking into account the political challenges as well. I think it was, I really liked what I heard now. You talked about environment protection, a challenge where we need a lot of money, where we need funds, and you try really to connect the problems which we have with data. These two things go hand in hand for you, and I think this is really an outstanding approach. When we talk about your institute, well, let's say the federal government hears from the idea Open Government Institute, and they say, let's do this. How long does it take in order to implement everything? How much time will be passing? And when will the process really start? And do we even have the time to wait? Or what do we need beforehand in order to be able to act swifter later? What can we do in the meantime? A very tough question. Yes, indeed. Well, it's like looking into the future, trying to predict the future, which is hard. But when we talk about Tech for Germany, we have an open data center, and we really needed years in order to be able to make things work. This sounds shocking maybe at first, but when we talk about open data, this is how I've experienced it. There's so many people who are highly convinced, to whom this is a matter of their heart, who try to accelerate things. And this can really help, because also before an institute is dependent on partners, on a partner network, and before the people are being hired, recruited, before there's a process, this just takes time. But one can think about partnerships where people from the community say, well, maybe I will take part in a workshop. This would be my hope, that together we can pave the way for this development, that each and everyone can contribute. So it could be that we all collect the pieces of information we have. We can start on a very small scale as well. When we think there's this institute, you know, there's this building and 30 people are working for it. This will take a long time until we have this all established, but we can start now with knowledge sharing with other areas. And I think this is very important. Maybe students who help, or partners who donate money. There are different possibilities one can think about in order to achieve one's goal, one's objective as fast as possible, but it will take time until people are being recruited, and I cannot say how long this will take, but experience has shown that it will take years. But I hope that there will be a digital ministry, and because there are many digital challenges, and I hope that there is really the necessity to work on this, so that it will work urgently, because this is a pressing issue we have to tackle now. Okay, let's take into consideration the government tries to act swiftly, but nevertheless, 2 years maybe would be very optimistic. Yes. Okay, so we still have time. Let's put it this way. And you just named examples of how it is possible, how this would be possible. I think municipalities or communities are important, but we must not lay back. What could the federal state do in order to promote open data? The question goes to both of you. Well, I would have the proposal of an entitlement to open data, to proactively provide data, so the citizens would have a tool in order to help the state, and maybe it would be important to also bring the tribunals on board, that there's legal certainty. That would be my approach, but what do you think? I would start. I can only agree. I think we need to have the same legislative approach from the federal states and also from the Länder, because otherwise it could be very complicated, and some say, no, we're not going to try this. So what's important to me as well, that the states really have a competence here, that the Länder have a competence in this regard, that they have digital rights, and we need resources in this regard for open data. And what is important too is the civil society, or the engagement of the civil society. That was very important in Germany in order to promote open data. Otherwise, we would be further behind. But on the countryside, it's of course different, but I think there are many different creative ideas one should really fuel, and it's important to help the ones in the countryside as well, or the municipalities. And it's important to have an automatization, that one must not really think which format do I need, how do I have to upload this, in which format, when we talk about software setting, open data, a simple approach. So it would be easy to provide database. To me, political pressure is important, because we have a federal law, but they don't publish data. They need to be a pioneer. They need to act. And if there's no political pressure, well, then it's not being implemented. And it only exists on paper. And this is not how it should be. So there has to be a political pressure, sanctions, if certain authorities that have data treasures that are not publishing it. And this is really a problem. And also citizens should ask for data. This can help, but I think the political will is not there. So we would need sanctions, so that the federal ministries publish their data, that they are pioneers. Another point is change management. We talked about this knowledge in terms of digitization. We three have a lot of experience, and people always say we need a change management, but nothing is being really implemented because suddenly there's no money there, and this is a problem. There's no support in this regard, and so we need a change. We need knowledge management. We need training, and at the moment it does not work very well. And if we are serious about this, we need resources. Otherwise, it's fiction, but not reality. And also, we have to be honest in this regard and really reflect. How do we act on the internet? What do we do? And one has a different approach to other people. And I think that politicians need to step up to the place, or also managers, because if they don't talk about this, there won't be any resources. So this is a vicious circle somehow, and we need to get out of this. This is an important topic. We need to act in concert, and we need a change management. We need to take it seriously, and we need to have measures that are taken in this regard. Thank you very much, Ms. Janssen. You talked about legislators. 12a, the open data paragraph was just established, but maybe there's still a lot of to do. Maybe because they're afraid they don't know how to deal with all the people who would like to have data. I think what you talked about is interesting, but also a little bit different, because the state will not sanction itself. What do you say? Which sanctions could be in place? Well, sanction can be used differently, this notion, but there needs to be a control mechanism that publishes, well, this and that ministry does not publish their dates. And if there are only data for 2015, then things have to be done. They did not put it into practice. Who makes political pressure? Who says this is not how it works? And I have to say, I can understand those who experience political disenchantment if their things exist in theory, but not in practice. We need a control mechanisms, an institute that really looks if this is being implemented. And maybe an open data institute could or publish a report and say, this is what we need to do and who publishes what. Because currently one can research this, but this is very difficult. I don't want to name names either, but one can really see which ministry provided data, published data. And we need more transparency, and but the institute has to be independent. It must not be an authority, because this won't, of course, not work. they have to be independent of the ministries, but this would be an option. This seems legitimate. When there's a survey, they are mostly anonymous. And this is true, but nevertheless, one would wish for more transparency, I guess, and maybe other certain ministries should really be held accountable because they don't publish data. Maybe the EU can do something here due to different legislative procedures, but I work as a jurist, but I think the EU does not have the competence in this regard to promote here data generation. How we saw in the Data Governance Act, even when the EU would like to do more, I don't think it has the competence to do more. We have 5 more minutes and then we'll have a lunch break. And I would like to give the option to you to just talk about your expectations to this open data. Maybe each of you 2 minutes, just very brief. Ms. Krebs, you from the perspective of the countryside. Well, I would wish, and Ms. Janssen talked about it, we should have an open data institute, and this should not take 2 years. This institute should have the possibility to have a legal framework, to establish a legal framework for others, and that they really take a cautious look and also take into account the situation in the municipalities, also in the states, in the cities. Well, I would wish that an institute will be founded and that we have progress, that we can make progress, because we all know open data is vital in order to catch up. And I think on all levels, you know, no excuses should be made. We need to act on all levels. Ms. Krebs, are you saying that the institute should maybe be kind of a soft law, guidelines and standards, or would you wish for hard law, clear regulations, hard law, hard regulations? I would wish that too, but I think this will be difficult from a legal perspective. I don't know if this would work in practice. Yes, I agree, but if I could choose, I would choose hard law. Maybe within a digital ministry, yes, that sounds realistic, more realistic. I think this is a very good wish for the future. Ms. Janssen, additionally, I would wish that they are state-of-the-art approaches, that we don't start with Excel and PDF. No, that there's really open data standards that are established, that there is no doubt also for municipalities. That's the one thing. And secondly, I would wish that it's interdisciplinary, that it's a platform for community, for experts, different stakeholders on all levels, that they can go there and for all stakeholders, that they set standards together, that they have discussions and bring it really to the next level. Thank you very much, Ms. Jansen. Well, I would like to thank you very warmly for your contributions. And we're now going to have a lunch break afterwards at 13:30. Mr. Martini will be the host, and we will talk about the European AI regulation. And I think we're all very excited to hear what he has to say. And I would like to say goodbye, stay healthy, see you soon.
Thank you very much. I'd say we have a lunch break now. Thank you, Michael, for the panels. I'm just here to say we have around 45 minutes of a lunch break. We'll be back in room 1 at 1:30. There will be a short intermezzo from Mario Martini from the University of Speyer, and then we'll continue having parallel sessions. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon.
Hi, Marta. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, great. And I can also see you. Excellent. Hello, Ms.
I think the moderator turned it off. So if you think that there's others who should be seen, then they should maybe be able to turn it off or on.
Thank you for joining us. We have a technical admin who's taking care of the turning on and off of the video, and I will be your moderator today. So very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
We will start our session a bit later because there's at first an intermezzo from Professor Mario Martini in the first room. So we will start at 13:35.
Okay.
Very nice meeting you, Hannah and Mariette.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, I'm gonna try to get rid of the last panel of the art I had behind me, my wall, so I can. Okay, so I'm gonna just stop my video for a sec. Now it's better. I also got rid of the blurring effect. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Lorena. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You Spanish yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was wondering because of the name. It's sort of like we're the only ones in the room with long surnames.
Exactly.
Hello. Hello, Ms. Juan Palazzi. Nice to have you.
Hi, nice to meet you, Hannah. Nice to see you again, Mariette.
Nice to see you. Sorry, I should probably get some water. 1 second.
Lorena, we will start 5 minutes later because right now there's still an intermezzo with Professor Martini on the main stage. And we're still waiting for Paul. But an all-female panel would be great, you're right.
Yes, it's starting. I mean, I still feel that we still realize that if it would be an all-female, it would still be like, oh, this is an all-female panel. And when you have like all these panels, it took like decades and ages until people realized that that was a panel. It like nobody would notice. So I'm just wondering how long is it going to take until nobody notices that this is just a female panel?
Yeah. I think there's this Twitter account which points out all the panels on international conferences.
Oh, and they are so much alive, all these panels. It's amazing.
Yeah.
After so many years.
Okay. I'm supposed to use this corporate conference background, but it doesn't seem to work. Well, if that's the only technical issue today, I think that's fine, right?
No, it works perfectly. It looks really good.
Thank you.
Yes, looking good. Also, the hair looks great.
Thank you.
It usually makes like weird, it cuts the hair sometimes, so it doesn't always look good.
Maybe it was because I was just recently wearing my bicycle helmet, so everything's still in helmet shape.
No, it looks good. It really looks good. I don't know, it might be the texture, I don't know. It's that's an interesting thing also to look at. I was at a conference 2 days ago, and women could not be as audible as men in the conference because of the technology, which is like not a surprise. It happened last year, and Zoom had to change the technology. But I was so amazed that we still have that problem, and people still haven't learned after 1 year of pandemic.
Okay, are you ready to start? I don't know what about Paul, but I think we have a lot to discuss, so we can't afford to wait. So hello everyone, a very warm welcome especially to our panelists and everybody else who's participating on screen today. I hope everybody's awake after a lunch break for those of you who are in Berlin and ready to engage in our session, AI Regulation in Europe, a critical look at the proposal of the European Union. My name is Hanna Ruschemeyer. I'm a principal investigator at the Center for Advanced Internet Studies, and I will be your moderator today. During our panel, we are having the pleasure to discuss the European Commission's proposal for an Artificial Intelligence Act. On the 21st of April this year, the Commission presented its long-awaited proposal for a regulation laying down harmonized rules on artificial intelligence. And we're going to take a critical look at the proposal in our parallel session in room 1. They are discussing questions of data protection and data sovereignty. So, dear panelists, it's very great to have you here today with us, even if it's just virtually. And I'm pretty sure the audience knows you quite well, but still, let me just quickly introduce you. Marta, hello, I'll start with you. Marta Cantero-Garnita is an associate professor of IT law at the University of Tartu. She also holds a position at the CUNEF University in Madrid, previously worked at the LSE and the University of Helsinki. Marta obtained her PhD degree at the European University Institute in Florence, and she writes on the regulation and governance of information technology. And Marta is also a member of the editorial team of the Rates blog, like me. So Marta, very great that you're here today. Thanks for joining us. Our next expert is Ms. Lorena Jean-Palassi. She is the founder of the Ethical Tech Society and researches the ethics of digitization and automation. In 2017, she was appointed by the Spanish government to the high-level expert group on AI and data policy. And she regularly writes on data protection, privacy, publicity, public goods, and discrimination. And in 2018, she was awarded the Theodor Heuss Medal for her contribution to a differentiated view of algorithms and their mechanism in the Algorithm Watch initiative. Thank you very much for being here. And I see our panel is complete just in time. Welcome, Mr. Nemitz. Thank you for joining us. Paul Nemitz is the principal advisor in the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers of the European Commission. He studied law at Hamburg University and obtained a Master of Comparative Law from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. He is a member of Commission for Media and Internet Policy of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, and he is the #1 technology influencer in the annual EU influencer rating. That is quite impressive. Mr. Nemitz, a very warm welcome. Thanks for joining us. And last but not least, Ms. Renate Schake. She is the International Policy Director at Stanford's University Cyber Policy Center and International Policy Fellow at Stanford's Institute for Human-Centered AI. She was also named president of the Cyber Peace Institute. Between 2009 and 2019, she served as a member of the European Parliament for the Dutch Liberal Democratic Party, where she focused on trade, foreign affairs, and technology policies. She is affiliated with a number of nonprofits, including the European Council on Foreign Relations and the Observer Research Foundation. Thank you very much for being here. It's great to have you all here in this panel. And since we only have less than 60 minutes to discuss and hopefully a lot of opinions, I would like to start with some direct questions for our panelists. And if you, this directed at our audience, have a question, please just write them in the chat and I will try to take care of that. Okay, great. Let's get started. At first, I would like to talk about the topic of prohibited AI systems within the proposal of the Commission. I think we can all agree that AI systems as a disruptive technology come not only with benefits, but with substantial risk, raising a broad variety of legal and ethical challenges, and they can, on a very concrete level, harm health, life, or property of individual persons, or on a more abstract level, also affect fundamental values our societies are founded on. And the unique proposal of the Commission prohibits for the first time certain particularly harmful AI practices that are contravening union values, such as AI systems that deploy subliminal techniques beyond a person's consciousness, or social scoring, or biometric identification systems in publicly available places. Ms. Jean Palazzi, do you think that a legal prohibition is the right approach towards these challenges I just described?
Well, thank you for the kind introduction, and I'm very happy to be here with all these beloved colleagues and much respected colleagues. I wouldn't call it a prohibition, actually, because there are so many exceptions to that prohibition that in the very end, I'd rather talk about a fostering specifically of biometric technologies. This very specific, under very specific conditions that this proposal suggests a prohibition of biometric technologies, which is real time and very specific contexts. It is not clear what we mean on the social score, because there's no proper definition of what is meant by that. And it certainly, it's not meant to prohibit credit scoring, but it could fall actually, or many of those credit scoring systems that we have right now could fall under that concept. We just need to take a look at, for instance, the Home Credit Group, which is headquarters in Netherlands. They used to give credit to people with a very short or almost non-credit history, and they ask questions like, who was accompanying the person that solicited a credit? How many people were accompanying that person? And how many lives does the building have where this person is living? And so those are a lot of questions that are not necessarily that are not necessarily something that we could exclude from a social score, because they do reveal a lot of the social aspects of that person. And we can go with many other examples of companies, like, for instance, the German daughter of Axicom. They use information like coming from fitness apps, from social media, and from online shopping for their credit scoring, and they are gathering this information from over 44 million citizens in Germany. So I don't see much prohibition on that. I see a sort of cosmetic rhetoric behind those three sort of technologies: social scoring, biometrics, and there's also this passage on subliminal technology, which is unclear. Also, the definition is very vague. It is really not clear what is the difference between subliminal technology and proper marketing. There's no really differentiation, so this might cause more confusion, more legal uncertainty. And in the very end, what I see is a lot of contradictions to already existing regulation. We have, for instance, from 2022 on, we have these new safety features of cars that requests and requires that we insert biometric technology in cars to surveil driving people with regards to their attention and with regards to many other categories that are seen as proxy of someone driving properly. And we've seen already companies like Affectiva that has been bought by the Swedish company Smart Eyes, and what in my field we would assume is that Affectiva is really going to be the company that is introducing this technology in most car companies within Europe. And if we take a closer look at what does that mean, that's quite a massive invasive usage of biometric technology, which is demanded. So I don't really see how this is really coherent with already regulation existing, and I don't see that this is a prohibition. There's so many other regulations I could draw upon, but I would just leave it there.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with you. We have very unclear definitions and wordings in Article 5, which I am referring to, and we also have broad exceptions for the so-called prohibitions. I think it's quite interesting that the AIA limits the prohibition of social scoring and the use of real-time biometric identification systems to the use of public authorities or on their behalf. And I think this is quite striking, because is a public social scoring, like in China, really a current threat in the European Union, or is it rather the social scoring by private companies, which is threatening individual rights? And it's interesting you mentioned credit scoring before. Just recently, the Administrative Court of Wiesbaden initiated a preliminary ruling to the ICJ, raising the question whether the Schufa score, this is an algorithm generated credit score by this company Schufa, which is very popular in Germany, whether this is in compliance with the GDPR and especially Article 22, which was never really practical towards this time. So this is a very, very hot topic. What do you think about this, Mr. Nemetz? Why are the provisions limited like that?
Well, first of all, it's true, all this is a hot topic. Second, I would say that there's an important precedent, doesn't matter the detailed formulation now, in this draft regulation, which is that we shape technology through interdictions. And, you know, this is in a time of tech absolutism and in a time where many people still believe in, you know, John Perry Barlow's declaration of the independence of cyberspace, who said, you know, we don't think that parliaments are legitimate here. And also in a time where many people waffle about ethics and self-regulation, this is an important precedent in the sense that we show that law shapes technology. This is about the primacy of law and the primacy of democracy over technology. This is for the principle. Now, as to the detail, I cannot answer to all the points we have just heard, but I can just say this happens if you don't read Article 5. The word social scoring is not even used there, but there's a very long text which describes what this interdiction is about. It's about public authorities classifying or evaluating the trustworthiness of natural persons and so on. And I will not read out the very detailed wording of what is forbidden here. So I would just say, I think it is valuable and useful to have a discussion on interdictions, but I would also say that interdictions, complete interdictions of technology in a capitalistic society, which we are, in order to pass the proportionality test, which is laid down in most of the constitutions of Europe and also in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which says that the interdiction or the limitation of a fundamental right, in this case, entrepreneurial freedom, must follow a purpose which is necessary in a democratic society and in a way which is proportional. You know, that's not an easy test to pass. It is certainly an easy test to pass when we think about public authorities scoring their people. And I would disagree with those who say that what we see in China is not a threat in Europe. We have regimes in Europe, certainly in the wider Europe of the Council of Europe, which are going beyond just, you know, let's say some differences of opinion on democracy. They go towards dictatorship. And, you know, dictators are ready to use any type of tool to stay in power. And that is certainly the example of China, you know, the mastership of the Communist Party to stay in power. There is certainly an inspiration for a number of member states also of the Council of Europe. And so I think it is right and good that we very clearly say we have an interdiction here, straightforward, of public authority scoring like in China. And so now we could enter a detailed discussion on this. And I think depending on where you stand politically, the arguments of having a wider or broader interdiction has its merits. But the reality is that, you know, the elections of the European Parliament and the composition of the Commission result from a democratic process. We have, let's say, a liberal conservative majority in the Council and also in the Parliament. And so, you know, the Commission makes a proposal which it believes has a chance to pass. And that is, you know, political realism. But I'm sure, to conclude on this point, that the further detailed discussions on this in the legislative process will not just be a formality of legitimization by procedure of this law, but they will be a finding process of having an outcome which adds to ensure that Europeans benefit from AI and that AI doesn't become in Europe a tool of manipulation and suppression. I think that is the overall aim, and I think on that we will find a large majority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nemitz. you're totally right that Article 5 does not directly mention social scoring, but social scoring is wording is a use recital of the AIA. But I think, well, you made it quite clear what the goal is, and I think we can all agree on that. Ms. Schaake, would you agree with Mr. Nemitz?
Yes, I mean, I think the challenge is what needs to be new in this AI regulation, also in articulating these exemptions that Lorena also talked about, because already member states have quite far-reaching power to introduce exemptions that are argued on the basis of national security. And I don't know if we need further, let's say, encouragements to have exemptions on the basis of national security, again, articulated in this AI Act. And I agree completely with Paul when he says the real aim is to make sure that people can live freely and that there are no technologies, whether it's AI or others, that are going to facilitate repression, discrimination, which is clearly the lens through which the European Commission looks. And I think that that is correct. But when the exemptions are given on the basis of national security, we may see invoking of national security much more proactively, which is frankly already a trend that we can see when governments are seeking to make an intervention that is otherwise not acceptable, for example, to ban certain companies or to facilitate more investment, for example, new industrial policy or state aid. It can be justified when we overlay the economy with a lens of security, which is a broad trend that we're seeing. A number of interventions, for example, the proposed ban of TikTok by Donald Trump, or the building of microchip capacities. There are a lot of trends that are essentially argued from a point of view of security, sovereignty, sometimes another term that I didn't expect Europe would embrace, but I hear more and more of. So we have to be very careful. And I think going back to those first principles that Paul also mentioned, you know, what is it that we're seeking to defend? What is it that should not be disrupted? How do we make sure that not only what we know now about the technology, and particularly about AI, but also what may happen in the future is covered by this regulation? And in that sense, I think there is room for an entirely different angle, which is not only the applications of AI in certain contexts, like real-time facial recognition or biometric identification or social scoring and the like, but also to have a mechanism where ongoing observations of general developments in AI can be factored in. And when there's a risk, for example, of the types of training models or the types of effect that general applications of AI have, that the Act has a mechanism that can kick in irrespective of the specific applications in one context or the other. So I believe it's a step in the right direction that the Commission is trying to take, but as always, the devil is in the details. And normally in the legislative process through the European Parliament and the member states, it doesn't get more clear cut. It actually risks becoming more fragmented, a little exception here, a little tweak here. And so I can only hope that the end result is principled, is clear and sustainable, and does not unnecessarily foster the invoking of these exemptions on the basis of national security, because frankly, I don't think that that's what we need.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schaake. Yes, it's very important that you mentioned the goal to provide a future-proof regulation, since AI is such a dynamic field and dynamic technique. And besides the prohibited AI system within the proposal for the regulation, the Commission is following an all-over risk-based approach. We have high-risk systems that can pose significant risk to the health and safety or fundamental rights of persons, and those systems will have to follow a conformity assessment procedures before they can be placed on the market. So the idea is to caught up with all of these risks before the system even get deployed. And for some AI systems, there are also only minimum transparency obligations. For example, we have the quite popular deep fakes, and there is a transparency requirement in the proposition of the Commission to make sure that people are clearly informed about whether they're seeing a deep fake or not. So you both mentioned that it's quite delicate, and politics are living from compromises, and maybe something will change during the legislative procedure. So Marta, I have a question for you. We have a very wide definition of AI systems in the proposal as software that is developed with one or more of the techniques and approaches listed in the Annex 1 of the proposal. So this basically covers every computer program. It's very hard to find the right balance between over and under regulation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, thank you. Very big questions indeed, because I think here the matter is not only the type of regulatory tools and the regulatory approach towards regulating AI that is contained in this proposal, but particularly the, let's say, I would not say ambiguity, but I'm going to say like lack of clarity in the specific definitions that have been provided. So thinking about that, one might think that, or one might be wondering what falls and what does not fall under the scope of the AI proposal. So to begin with, as you already pointed out, the definition is quite broad, and virtually it covers basically, one could say, every possible software that one can think of. But there are other issues related to the previous questions that also relate to this, let's say, conceptual, I'm not going to say problem, but conceptual issue, which is, for instance, there are certain systems which are banned with the exceptions that you just discussed. I'm not going to go back into it. But here, the conceptual issue is also a matter to take into consideration. So for instance, what can be considered manipulation? What can be considered manipulative? It's very difficult if the text itself does not propose the specific parameters under which those are going to be assessed, and it's left to the member states. Of course, we all get it. We all understand that this is like a very delicate issue, is also highly politically sensitive, and an agreement must be reached by the end of the discussion procedure, the legislative procedure. Mr. Nemitz previously talked about proportionality, but here the issue is that we also need to put an eye on subsidiarity, and this is why this piece is based on Article 114. This is why the approach is then to build a market monitoring system that what does is to control the functioning of certain AI system at the risk that they entail on a, even though the idea is to take a proactive approach, but is so far as it is, let's say, configured, it should be for a post-market or post-market placement analysis and monitoring. So here is where I see the problem. We are talking about very important concepts that have come up during the discussion already. Democracy, the protection of the individual, the protection of fundamental rights. However, this is purely market regulation. Maybe later, when we're talking to the gaps, we can see what is missing there. But
Marta, unfortunately, we can't hear you anymore. I think your connection just broke down. Or are you back with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now you're back. Okay.
Okay, perfect. With this, I just finished, because we will have time to discuss other issues. But if the road to go for the Commission.
Okay, now there is video, but no sound.
Oh, that's.
Okay, I think we will just continue. And Marta, maybe you can get back later to us. Thank you very much. Okay. Marta already mentioned, of course, there's usually a lot of criticism on the regulatory proposals on the EU when they are based on Article 114.
But maybe you can continue and I can catch up. Okay.
Okay, Marta, please feel free to summarize your arguments in the chat, and then maybe we will get back to this. Thank you. So as Marta already mentioned, there's a lot of criticism when it comes to legislative procedures based on Article 114 of the EU, and the proposal covers a lot of topics which may not be evidentially directly be connected to the regulation of the internal market. But as you said before, this is a step in the right direction to realize the values of the European Union, and to really, for the first time, and I think this is also worth mentioning, there's no comparison to this. This is the first legal approach to really fully harmonize AI systems and to standardize even all these rules. So we talked about that there will be some changes in the legislative process, but if you could make a wish list, what are your content-related wishes for the ongoing legislative process when it comes to the proposal? Ms. Schaake.
Yeah, so I agree with what Marta just said, that there is a lot of vagueness. So to have it more specific would be useful. And I would like to see provisions more clearly about general AI. So not just the applied way, but just the technology in and of itself. And for example, horizontal provisions on access to information for the proper institutions, stronger direction on checks and balances and accountability, for example, which includes enforcement. And what we often see, I think one of the most difficult lessons learned about GDPR is that a principle articulated in a law without proper enforcement capacity, resources, mechanisms is inherently going to weaken the promise of the law. And here too, we have to ask ourselves, are existing regulators going to be equipped to provide the oversight needed vis-a-vis not only big tech companies, but really an ecosystem of tech companies that are all increasingly developing AI and will use it in a variety of new ways. Do these regulators have the proper mandates and access to information that they need? I think are all questions that cannot be clear enough, and should also be matched with capacity, resources, and mandates to make sure that they can do their job.
Mr. Nemetz, what would be on your wish list? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm an official of the European Commission, so I think this is a great proposal. It's a great start for the work in the Council and in the Parliament. And let me just say one word about the legal base. After all, this legal base, it allows decision by qualified majority in both houses. So from that point of view, it's a very good legal base. And I would say, of course, it is true that what we are discussing here is related to fundamental rights and democracy. But this is about regulating the economy. And I must say, I have no issue with a use of a legal base of qualified majority when we are concretizing what democracy and fundamental rights mean in the future in this technologicalized world. I think there could be nothing better happening. And so I would just challenge those who say there's not a good legal base, which would be the better legal base, which would make it easier and more productive to bring this rule through, but maybe also other rules in the future, which have a mixture. And I think this will be our future, in the platform economy. There will always be a mixture of economic issues, cross-border economic issues, market issues, and issues which are very important for democracy, fundamental rights, and the rule of law. And so from that point of view, well, maybe we can continue the discussion a little bit on the legal base. I just don't understand the criticism. And let me just say one thing about those claims for more precision. Be careful what you're asking for. We need law which is future-proof in the sense that the language is open enough that it can be reinterpreted and maintains its meaning when technology moves on and business models moves on. So I happen to be of the opinion that we should not be overtaken and overpowered by those claims from the engineering view of the world. You know, the law must be as precise as the code. That's total bullshit. On the contrary, we must use the human language and its capacity to describe things in an abstract way and in such a way that the real meaning can be reinterpreted in the future, exactly to make use of this human capacity to reinterpret the law as things move on. And so I would say we need open language, which has a meaning, but which is interpretable in the future. Some call it technology neutral regulation, in the sense that we don't use all the buzzwords of the day, because the buzzwords of tomorrow will be different, but the issues which we have to regulate will stay the same. So we need language which allows for this openness, and this imprecision is actually a strength of human language over code.
Thank you very much. So strong opinions against the code is law and law is code approach. Marta, you wanted to add something.
Yes, just because I accidentally, well, not accidentally, there is a blackout issue situation here in Italy today. I hope it's just very local and it's not something further. So I didn't have time to elaborate on my point on the use of 114. I actually wrote my thesis on the use of 114 to build European private law. So yes, I can see it was not a criticism as if it was the proper or the most appropriate legal basis, but I think the Commission trying to assure that at least this text as it is right now will pass through, focus exceedingly on market regulation. That was my point. It also uses Article 16 as a legal basis. Not to go down that road. Why not to include the perspective of the EU citizen? Why not to include rights, which are missing from this piece? So these are kind of questions I had. So because I knew I could catch up later on, I was hoping to make points, but because I saw Paul, if I may, was reacting immediately to this point, I just wanted to make clear. So that was a short intervention. That's why I raised my hand. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting that now the lawyers are getting engaged in discussion about the legal basis. This was to be expected. Thank you very much for your remarks. Ms. Schake, please.
Yeah, just briefly, I didn't want to pick up on the legal basis, but rather on the question of precision and future-proof, framing, which I think is important. But on the other hand, it's hard to say it's going to be technology neutral when the whole act is about AI. It's kind of hard to say, oh, it's technology neutral. So I guess what I was trying to say, if it wasn't clear enough, is that you don't want the type of ambiguity where everybody can interpret everything in 1,000 different ways, where it becomes a blanket excuse to invoke exemptions. And I know that that's not what Paul means, but I think it's important to kind of, be clear about where we need to make sure that certain sort of pitfalls are closed off, right? Or sneaky routes or multi-interpretable exemptions can be invoked for predictable malign purposes. And that's what I mean by making sure that things are precise, not to sort of cement it in a way that we are stuck forever, because indeed that makes no sense. And therefore, I think these whole horizontal provisions, including access to information, accountability, access for researchers, a hot topic these weeks after the leaks coming out of Facebook, for example, are also equally relevant, if not more relevant in AI. I can imagine more clarity on how governments can help public authorities, local governments, for example, write more clear tenders about AI so that the public interest is safeguarded more clearly. There are all kinds of tensions, I think, underlying this act in the relationship between the market and market tools and society and the public interest. And I think that is where we hope that this law can make the decisive difference. And again, I think there are a lot of steps in the right direction, but always things to watch out for.
Thank you very much. So, Lorena, what's on your wish list? Let's get back to that.
I think it's important that we don't specifically on a very specific wish regarding specific technologies. I think it's important that if we decide that we want to go down this road of regulating at that level technology, because there are many levels where we can regulate technology, and this is like the highest level in terms of trying to find abstract principles that go across all sectors. That's a very horizontal approach regarding regulation of technology that sort of puts the way have been from the law dogmatic. I mean, one of the main interesting things in the legal culture of this continent is that it has a systematic in it. The law dogmatic of it. It's quite unknown for other legal cultures, but in our law culture, we have different approaches depending on which law sector you are. And we use all those processes and approaches legally differently just to sort of adapt to the power context or the asymmetries in each sector. So, for instance, the way how we regulate in criminal law has nothing to do with the systematic of discriminatory law discrimination processes. And if we look at the way how we the systematic of civil law has nothing to do as with the systematic of public law. So there are like a lot of different systematics within our law architecture, and it makes sense because with that we try to adapt to the different power symmetries. Right? It sounds very abstract. So just to put a very basic example for the non-lawyers, in public law, everything that is not specifically permitted, it's prohibited. Just to sort of try to account for the power asymmetry between the state and the citizen. The state is a very powerful entity towards a citizen, whereas in civil law, it goes the other way around. Everything that is not specifically prohibited is allowed. There are exceptions to that, and there are sectors that go that use like data protection that comes from a specific public law sector that has been beamed into the civil law sector, but overall, all those different systematics try to account for the contextual situations where we have power symmetries that we want to protect. We usually do not regulate horizontally. If we look back at our history of a legal systematization, but we look very contextually. And because we look very contextually, when we regulate technology within a specific context, the regulation, it's very much adapted to the already existing system. And with that, what we can do is create on a very high principle level a robust system that goes beyond what new technologies bring in the new sector, and then be very specific when it comes to the technology that is being applied in that specific sector and the impact that that technology is having in that sector, right? So if we decide that we want to just break this tradition and go at this level where we start to decide we want to have general principles for technology, it sort of becomes a very different way of regulating. And I think that we should be conscious about this, that we are sort of at a crossroads where we need to decide, is this the way how we want to regulate technology? And what is it that we want to regulate actually? Do we want to are we doing this act just for simply create better systems? Or are we creating this act, this artificial intelligence act, just to regulate the impact of those systems? Because those are two different things. And right now, the act as currently is, it's an act that is very much centered on perfectioning technological systems, and less on, so to say, avoiding a specific social impacts of this technology. And that's a problem. Because that means that if we are focused on this very specific technology, in the very end, we are going to be stuck to very specific formats of technology. And we might have some trouble when it comes to new forms of technology that are less data dependent, when it comes to things like quantum technology, when it comes to other types of technology that might just not be within the defined scope, it's still very broad, of this act. So I think it's important to have also this part of the conversation. And it's not too late. There is a proposal there, but it still has to be discussed. And that would be one of the things that I would like to consider. But the other thing, which is more concrete, it's about the normalization of technology that is highly questionable. Biometrics, as it is right now, it's from the ethical perspective, but also from the technological standpoint, from looking at the things we can do with that, it's not good enough. It's so in specific solutions or services that are being offered, it's not even scientific. We are talking of services that are already being deployed at the border of the European Union that are highly questionable, not only from the ethical perspective, but also from the scientific perspective, like ICTRL border control, which is a system that, among other things, also sort of tries to assess the authenticity of the statements that refugees or immigrants are giving at the borders through the usage of biometrics. And that is based on pseudoscientific theories that assume that by sort of say observing physical traits and observing the body language of someone, you can say something about the mental state and the authenticity of mental states of people. And that is something that's definitely not scientific, that is based on theories that are not only not proper theories, but are highly racist theories and unethical theories. So this is one of the things that I think that when it comes to very specific wishes, it's really worth to consider, because if we want to preach with our European values, whatever that means, I think that we need to start precisely on technologies that are neither scientifically proved nor ethically, which is actually the same. If it's not ethical, it's not ethical. Let's put it like that. And we shouldn't use that, and we should not normalize the usage of this type of technology through regulation that permits in the very end the usage of those technologies and creates only a very specific set of exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorena. I would like to take the last 10 minutes for the questions we have in the chat. And the first question is to all panelists. What would make AI into trustworthy from the EU citizens' point of view? Who would like to answer that?
Sure, I can start. I mean, one thing we know for sure is that European citizens don't agree with each other. And so the needs of different individuals, different groups are going to be different. What they're going to be looking for to verify is going to be different. So I think it is most important that there are mechanisms that do not assume trustworthiness, but that allow for verification, for checks and balances, and for independent oversight. And then on that basis, people can make their own decisions on what they want to look for. For example, it may well be that people, whether they are women or LGBTI or of an ethnic minority, are particularly interested in whether they can trust the AI to respect their rights. But there may be others, small businesses, who are particularly interested whether the use of AI doesn't push them out in favor of bigger corporate players, right? You have governments that want to and must be able to be democratically accountable even if they use AI generated systems or any kinds of applications to help government services, which is already happening today with, unfortunately, many difficult lessons to be learned. So I would say the responsibility and the mechanisms should be democratic, rule of law based in the public eye. And we do not need, for example, industry standards in terms of what trustworthiness might be, right? Because that is a trend that I think we can see where companies themselves are trying to make clear what is trustworthy, and within groups are trying to articulate ethical standards, for example, which are fluid, which are more difficult to hold to account or to truly assess. So this is where I think our emphasis should be. I would almost say do not trust, but verify.
Thank you very much. Any other thoughts on this?
Well, I've given my answer in the chat in writing, but I would also say a little bit along the lines of Marietta Schaake that, let's say 30 years ago, ethics was an add-on to the law. Unfortunately, in the age of technology, the GAFAM, the big players from America in particular, they have been very successful, put a lot of money into it, into a discourse which makes ethics a replacement for the law. And that's very dangerous. Legal rules, after all, can be enforced with the power of the state. They have democratic legitimacy. Ethics is just a choice, and you dissolve your ethics boards if they say something which you don't like. So I think we have to be very careful to be drawn into this also trustworthiness. I mean, no, what is that? It's my personal view. We have to have laws, and all this waffle discourse, I have no problem if it's an add-on to the law. I have no problem with engineering codes or company codes which add on to the law. But these efforts to try to replace law and to describe law as an innovation obstacle, and then, oh, we're all trustworthy, forget it. I mean, this is about power. This is about rules. This is about making power players who don't want to play ball. And we see this on a daily basis. They need a hard hand. We must hold them accountable. And the only tool through which we can do it is the power of law.
Thank you. From a public lawyer's point of view, I would totally agree with you that we do not have regulation despite regulation, but because of regulation. Thank you very much. We have another question from the chat. What are your thoughts on the provisions or lack of them regarding AI transparency and explainability in the AI Act? There are some provisions about transparency and explainability in the AI Act. It's Article 13 on transparency and Article 14 on human oversight even. Marta, would you like to answer this?
Sure. Actually, because I left it earlier open-ended, what I'm missing from this regulation proposal, which I already anticipated, is the role of the individual, the role of the citizen. Hence, why we do not find or we do not perceive those rules as something that would benefit the individual, as something that would protect the individual. Because it's setting the conditions for the market, fair enough, is based on the idea and the approach of product safety, which is good. But product safety has different characteristics than this technology is posing. I fully agree with Paul that we need regulation, and this is, to me, a step in the right direction. But coming back to what is trustworthy, or how can we rely on the technology, I will say that the law is not an obstacle to the development and the innovation of the technology, but it becomes also like an enabling factor for it. So here's where we connect the transparency, trustworthiness, etc., with everything that has been discussed so far. The approach of this piece of legislation is missing teeth, in my opinion, because it does not include proper rules for the enforcement of what you are actually trying to protect, which are the rights of the individual, in my opinion. Also, in addition to that, it uses an approach that covers from permissivism to a precautionary approach, from allowing certain technologies to outright banning some, from an horizontal perspective, as this was widely discussed. And finally, on the issue of private ordering, I fully agree with Paul of the dangers that it entails to leave the activity or the exercise of filling any regulatory gap to private actors. But actually, this is what this piece of legislation is doing by first delegating to standard setting organizations the development of standards which these technologies need to comply with. And second, in the regulation, it's also encouraged the issue of code of conduct to some extent. So here again, we are not only not opposing to private ordering, but enabling a legislative and legitimate channel for private ordering to become a reality. So that's where I finish, because the time is running on, but I have really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta. We have 2 minutes left. Lorena, please.
Okay, 2 minutes. I think there's an additional aspect of the impact of AI, which we're not discussing, which is systematic for the methodology of law in the European Union, which is we're from a methodological perspective, an individualistic law culture, which is a sort of gap in all democracies. So fundamental rights are individual rights, but there is an impact of this type of technology that is infrastructural, and that things like discrimination, those are individual software problems, but are structural problems. And climate change problems also happening through the usage of this technology are structural problems. And because this technology is infrastructure, that's the infrastructure of the future, what we're talking about actually. Most of the problems are going to have societal problems, and we need slightly more than individual rights, but also that aspect of protection that goes beyond individual interest and encompasses things like public interest and societal impact that the European Union, by the way, knows, because all the realm of spatial planning does address societal impact and talks about values like social cohesion and plurality. I'm not saying that they are great values, but I'm saying that we have these principles considering specific parts of the law. And that is also something that we need to consider when we talk about this technology.
Thank you all very much. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for all your different opinions. I'm really grateful for this discussion. The next panel is connecting seamlessly towards our topic, because it's about the international perspective on the European AI regulation. Thank you all very much, and bye-bye.
Ja, einen wunderschönen Nachmittag alle zusammen.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you. As I can see, two of our panelists have already logged in per video. Maybe we'll just wait for a little more for the other ones to join before starting the session. Thank you.
Eine kurze Frage, werden wir warten. Wird es auf Deutsch oder auf Englisch stattfinden?
While waiting, just a question, is this going to take place in English or in German? We do have simultaneous interpretation, so it's as you like. Okay. I was wondering, because I could do it in German, but I'd rather do it in English. Because I've got all those technical terms. But you speak perfect German. Yes, but if I have to take up a technical topic, I would have a problem.
I wasn't so sure if we should start in English or in German. I suggest I will do it in German as it's a bit easier for the interpreter. And you guys can choose whatever you want and whatever suits to you. All right, wunderbar. Wir haben zusammen.
Very well. Okay. Sorry for being slightly late, but switching from one panel discussion to the other is not always a small feat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear panelists, I'd like to welcome all of you. I'm very happy to welcome you to speak about the international perspectives on European IE regulations. We just had a similar topic in a previous panel dealing with EU regulation of AI, but now let's make this international and go international. I'd like to make a start and introduce our great panelists, and like to welcome also the participants to ask questions to the panelists. We have a Q&A function that allows you to ask questions. You can use the panel. My name is Carsten Berger. I'm a researcher at the Institute for Public Administration and will moderate you during the next 55 minutes. And since we are a English-speaking panel, I guess it's okay if we deal on a first-name basis. Let me try to do so. Our first speaker is Benjamin Muller. He's working at the Center for Data Innovation, focusing on artificial intelligence before working for a finance institute. Hello. Then we have Kim van Sparentag. Since 2019, she's member of the European Parliament in the Green Party. She's responsible for consumer protection and deals mainly with digital politics, and also is a leading negotiator for the European AI regulation. Welcome, Kim. Then we have Tyson Barker. He's since 2020 working for the German Council of Foreign Relations, head of technology and foreign policy program. Before, he has worked for a program, transatlantic program. And before that, he was a senior advisor in the Bureau for European-Eurasian Relations. And the transatlantic dimension is very present in your discourse, of course. And to finish, Vanessa Kamm, she's managing director of the KI Bundesverband. And one of her tasks is to boost the work of this association. Before, she worked for a platform, artificial intelligence. She founded it, and I'm glad to have your perspective. Okay, now we have already touched on the competitive situation of Europe. I think that the Commission draft of the AI regulation is sort of a reaction, recognizing that the dependency is important and that we cannot lag behind. We react thus to the fact that core issues in the European Union depend on foreign technologies, and those dependencies endanger our business, make us vulnerable as far as cybersecurity is concerned, and also makes us make them blackmailers. And on the one hand, we have tensions between the different markets. The previous speaker has already mentioned situation in the EU, and Article 5 is an answer to the Chinese public scoring of citizens. How can we solve this tension? That's the subject that deals with us, and I'd like to start with you, Kim, and ask you, this is wishing for a digital Europe 25. What would be your best case scenario for a European digital context in Europe in the year 25 or 30, if you want?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a hopeful person and an optimistic person, but I'm not sure if we will reach my vision in 2025. So thank you for also giving us some extension till 2030. We will try to get it somewhere between. So my vision for digital Europe is actually an EU where digitalization serves humanity instead of that it rules humanity. And we can only achieve this if we dare to act ambitiously now. And this means we need clear rules that put people back in control of our digital transition, instead of our digital transition being completely led by shareholder value, as we've seen in the absence of rules so far. Look at the online platforms such as Facebook and everything that came out about them in the past months. So we need less dependence on a small number of very large companies. We have to break big tax power with strong rules in the DMA and a revision of competition law. But we also have to create the right environment for privacy-friendly, social and sustainable alternatives with clear rules and the right investments. And I think specifically rules for technology that strongly put fundamental rights first is something we have to go for. For example, looking at the AI Act as a concrete example. Because if you look at, the AI Act giving the label high risk, because it poses a high risk to fundamental rights. Why on earth should we skip the next step of looking at how this high-risk AI can impact fundamental rights, and how we should definitely not be using it? So this perhaps requires a fundamental change in our approach to technology, and also gives us a different look at the myth that technology is always right or always neutral. That's something that needs to be debunked. And we really have to be thinking about how we use technology wisely to benefit society. But I think if we go in the right direction, we set the right rules, strong rules to protect fundamental rights, the EU can really become a world leader and a rule setter, as we saw with the GDPR, where the EU managed to both protect people and give businesses clear rules.
Vielen Dank für diesen ersten, doch recht positiv.
Many thanks for this first and fairly positive impression. We've heard times again today and elsewhere that this is about defending values. Bloomberg 2020 EU document say this is about the basis of the European society under pressure because they have to rely on technology of third countries and therefore rely on their values. Benjamin, can you maybe explain this a bit better? How come we have these dependencies on a technological level, and is it really that bad?
Yeah, it's obviously difficult to come to any sort of objectively valid viewpoint about how bad things are right now. That's just always going to be a matter of contested perspectives on sort of the nature and state of the interdependencies. But the emergence of the interdependencies are quite clearly a byproduct of the immense scale and pace of the technological revolution that we've witnessed in the last 30 years. ICT as a paradigm, information communication technology has taken over both the economy and society for better and for worse. And it's simply a fact, an empirical fact, that whereas Europe used to be very involved in sort of industrial prowess and was a very notable heavyweight in global equity market capitalization 20 years ago. In the last 2 decades, the developments in the US and China have simply overtaken the European economy, and as a result, in relative terms, the weight and productivity of European firms in the digital sector has declined. And that's why we've brought ourselves into a situation where a lot of the value creation and accrual happens outside of Europe. And that's definitely not something that strengthens the EU's vision for being a sort of independent and sovereign bloc. And we're seeing this debate play out now in all kinds of sectors. Semiconductors is a good example. Europe used to be a major player in the semiconductor industry. In 1990, it was responsible for about 40% of global output, and it's now a minnow. The question around how we got there is multi-layered, multifaceted, but clearly the ability of European businesses to innovate, invest, and grow on the basis of new technologies is hampered. And that's something that I think policymakers have to look at seriously in order to make sure that over the next 2 decades, Europe can sort of try and reattain some maneuverability when it comes to participating in the next wave of technological revolution. That's really the prism through which I view the AI Act and ask myself, what are some of the likely outcomes and costs that we can try and avert by sort of tweaking the law without undermining the point that regulation in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's more a question of what's the second order effect going to be on Europe's digital sector.
Vielen Dank. Du hast jetzt auch gerade schon von der...
Many thanks. You just mentioned technology sovereignty. Others mentioned the term autonomy. This brings me to the definition, Tyson. What should the strategic aim of the European Union be? In the worst case, strategic autonomy. Some mentioned this. Do you really think that's the right goal, or do you think we're much too slow and this is going to be much too expensive?
One of its advantages, and one of the reasons it has stuck around, is it has a lot of strategic ambiguity. Even the term digital sovereignty or technological sovereignty, which is a term that you hear a lot, is actually means very different things to different players. I sit in Berlin, and I can tell you that in some corners of Berlin, it means something very different than it means in Paris, for example, or in Brussels. It's interesting, though, to think about how we arrived at this term. And I think that there is an emancipatory undercurrent to it. I think it is, to some extent, defined in the context of the landscape that Europe found itself in post-Snowden election, post-Brexit, post-Cambridge Analytica. Because prior to that, what you saw was a lot more emphasis on the digital single market, creation of the digital single market, removing barriers, creating a services market within the European Union that would allow for scalability and perhaps greater capital markets so that you could develop its own champions. What you saw after these events was a sense that technology is not necessarily benign. That it can have, negative externalities on European democracy and safety and Europe's economy. And so there was a kind of, through this term, a defensive reaction. Now, I sit in Berlin and I'm an American, so I have to say I tend a little bit more to the German idea of digital sovereignty, which I think Merkel has actually defined both at the IGF in 2019, of course, during the German EU presidency, which is essentially somewhat ordoliberal. It relies on market competition. So, we don't want to have market dominant platforms that benefit too greatly from network effects. Clear rules of the game that are clearly defined and set by states and governments. Protections for fundamental rights, like obviously informational self-determination, and finally openness. The economy remains open and accessible for external actors and partners for Europe to access. That has some overlap with other definitions, but is not always the same. I think that in the AI Act, just to kind of get back to this topic, some advantages that I see in the AI Act in particular, when you think about digital sovereignty, is it is, in contrast to the DSA and DMA to some extent, the world as it will be. The DSA and DMA are trying to correct for things as they have been. So in some ways, they're a kind of political snapshot of the correctives that Europe is trying to bring into place that have been in place. They're trying to correct things that have been around since 2013, let's say. But if you look at the AI Act, there's a lot more emphasis on, okay, what anticipatory kind of governance. And that is focused more on, for example, the rise of China. We see a lot of the kind of value systems that are being coded into algorithms and deployed in China, where Europe is saying, actually, these are not consistent with our values. And what is occurring is Europe in the AI Act is finding a lot of approbation in Washington and throughout the United States. And I think that is partially a recognition that we are converging in our approach to a risk-based approach to governing AI. I'll leave it there, and I'm sure we can get into discussion later.
Ganz klar, wir kommen gleich so richtig noch zum Thema
Okay,
AI.
Yeah, we will deal with IA regulation, but maybe first a question about capacities. You represent the business world. Is the European economy, the German economy, really still able to build up strong core capabilities, semiconductors, fifth generation, so
English here, so I think everyone can understand. Yeah, thanks for your question, Carsten. It's nice to be kind of the representative of the business side here, even though I represent mainly startups and SMEs in Germany, and especially German economy. And we of course see the dependency towards US and Chinese players very difficult too. But yes, I think actually we have more in Germany than maybe this discussion actually lets us see. We have a very high quality of AI products, especially also due to our faults that we have at this point. So we can see in AI that we have a big lack of investment. We don't really have investors investing in tech in the sums that we are seeing in China and in the US, which is leading our companies to stay quite small. And also we have a very risk-averse culture, be it kind of the students that are starting to plan their career and experimenting with their career, that usually go to like big players that we all know and not come towards the idea of founding an own company. We have all these researchers that are very well known across the world, but don't really get to the idea or arrive at the conclusion what a business model could be behind their research solutions. So I think on every stage that we're seeing at the moment, we have a Europe society and European economy that is very much lacking this willingness to take risks. And I think that's something that we can see when it comes to kind of building AI products or products in tech in general very much. So we can also see that many of our customers, so businesses, for example, established businesses, aren't really investing in AI projects or in AI products. And that's a big issue. So I think we have to look at not only how can we regulate this field, and by that de facto regulating what's coming to the European market, but also how can we help actually making European products big and how to scale with them to international markets. And I think that's where I see the lack right now. Also, when we kind of dive into the AI Act in a second, I think that's one thing that I'm very much fearing in the next couple of years is how can we actually allow innovation to happen in the European Union so that we don't only regulate what comes to the European market, but also establish our own products, because our entrepreneurs are all very much looking at the values that we're trying to regulate. So data security, privacy, bias, those are all issues that entrepreneurs are looking at, and why they've actually settled in the European Union and are building their products here and haven't moved to the US and China, where it's often much easier to actually establish a startup and build a startup.
Vielen Dank für diese erste Runde der
Many thanks for this first round, this introductory round, if you want. Now I'd like to ask the participants, do you have questions? I can see them in the chat. You can write them in the chat. And in case I haven't seen a question, can you please tell me? Okay, now this brings us to the AI Act. Tyson, from a scientific perspective, what about the AI Act? Is it something that boosts innovation, or is it something that rather halts it? It's a EU regulation with an extraterritorial act, just as the Digital Service Act and the Digital Markets Act. The EU wants to set rules on a global standard, and as a rule, you can only do that if you have your own technology and if you have that corresponding market power.
Of this piece of legislation is unquestionable. It's going to have an enormous normative effect, the kind of Brussels effect beyond Europe's borders. That is true for the other pieces of legislation you've mentioned, and that's the same for the GDPR. I think we would be remiss not to say that the same is true for legislation coming out of Washington, for example, in the form of the Cloud Act or certain surveillance regimes. The same is, of course, true for China, which is increasingly trying to regulate in an extraterritorial manner as well, and is becoming, and I think somebody mentioned in the chat, is becoming a much more vociferous regulator in areas around competition, data protection, algorithmic governance, etc., listings, public listings, data localization. In the case of China, just to go off on the China tangent for a second, I think that the jury is out as to the exact intent of some of this regulation. Definitely in the letter of the law, it often mirrors statutes that can be found in European law. So Europe is in some ways, again, a normative power in setting kind of legislative patterns. But the spirit of the law is probably not reflective of it's not reflective of the same spirit in the European Union. And one great example is the data protection law in China is seeking to protect personal data, personally identifiable information of citizens from companies, but not from, of course, the government, which has unrestricted access. Interestingly, if you look at the United States, and this gets to where we're converging, you see immense discussion from Eric Lander right now about a Bill of Rights for Artificial Intelligence, which would literally restrict of the US government to use certain AI applications on US citizens. So we have one polity that's trying to restrict companies, but not the government. And we have another that's rethinking how government should interact with its people, but perhaps needs to look more at companies, and the FTC is doing so. And in Europe, you have something, I think, that combines both. You asked about, can Europe remain a regulatory maker and an innovation taker? I think that the jury's out, but the market size, Europe's relative market size to the rest of the world is unquestionably in decline. So not having indigenous innovation taking place within European territory is going to limit its ability to export its values abroad. And I think that if we look to the 2030 and addressing the innovative indigenous innovation, Europe's innovation industrial base is going to be key. And of course, we can talk about where that needs to take place, but clearly it needs to take place in all the IoT, which has traditionally been a European strength, that is moving from an engineering-based technologies or engineering-based technologies based on precision to systems-based technologies based on data processing. But that doesn't mean that it can't be regulated. I mean, Europe has thrived in highly regulated markets. So there are a lot of success stories in industries in Europe that were successful precisely because they were so heavily regulated. Europe just needs to make sure that that's also the case as every industry becomes the tech industry.
Ich würde die Frage gerne gleich noch an Vanessa und Benjamin weitergeben.
I'd like to ask this question also to Vanessa and Kim, to give them the opportunity to say something.
So I think actually it's not so much a question of whether it's too much regulation or the regulation is too soft. Often what I see is that we're lacking a clarity of regulation, especially the regulation that we're now working with has kind of been developed long before tech has been around. So what I see with like AI startups that I'm working with, they often have to interpret how they use the definitions and how they use the acts that are coming out from the European Union on their business model. And that's becoming more and more complicated because there's such a rapid change visible in the tech field right now. And so I think that's one of the major issues that I'm actually concerned with right now. Also looking at the AI Act as the European Commission kind of set it out, I see a lot of still question marks in my mind on how to actually apply it to different business models that are so different. So maybe to give you one example that I often see where the AI Act, and I think that's a good step in the right direction. It's looking at risks, and many of the risks are so broad though. So for example, the question of how's it called? I forgot the word right now. So when you kind of when you change images, I forgot the word. Okay, no worries. I'll come back to that later. Deepfake, yeah, that's it. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, deepfake. So, for example, deepfake is part of the AI Act, and when we talk about deepfake, I think everyone has usually at the first point a very negative image in mind on what deepfake actually is, because it's been commented on widely in the news very negatively. But for example, one member that I work with, an AI startup from Berlin, Berlin is called Brighter AI, and they use deepfake especially for the purpose of making sure that privacy is actually in place. So they change images. For example, if I take Ben now and I'm watching him on a video, on like public video stream, and can see him walking into the Berlin main station, then they would change his face so that I can't see it's Ben Miller walking into the main station here, but I can see it's a guy in who's about this age and so on. So I can see a lot of the characteristics that make Ben Ben, but I can't actually characterize him as Ben. And that makes it possible to actually use this video data for AI purposes, because at the point that we actually pixel Ben's face, it becomes very, very difficult to use this video data for training AI models. And I think that's the problem that I have a lot with the AI Act right now, that the use cases can of course be used for negative purposes, like in the case of deepfakes, but it can also be used for very positive instances, like in the example of Brighter AI, that use it kind of to actually enforce data privacy and make sure that that we hold our values quite high. So I think when we talk about regulation, it's all about how can we make sure that the regulation is very clear and that the bureaucratic requirements are at that level that startups and SMEs can actually cope with them, and the requirements aren't that high.
Yeah, so my 2 cents on this are the following. I think the greatest sort of delusion that European policymakers can slip into is that regulation somehow becomes an engine for growth and innovation. And it's important to qualify that point. That's not to say that all regulation is bad. In fact, any democratic rights-based society obviously relies on regulation as a key tool to create guardrails to protect citizens and consumers from bad outcomes. But we just ought to be very clear about the fact that this carries costs, and we need to have a sort of healthy and open debate about what kinds of costs are we willing to contemplate and what kind of costs are worth the benefit that the regulation generates. So in the context of the AI Act, for instance, I think it's pretty uncontroversial to say that social scoring tools is not something that we deem compatible with the way that our society is structured. And in terms of the cost a ban of that carries, it's actually fairly straightforward. It just means you're not allowed to operate in this space. Once you move to sort of attempting to micromanage the design and training and deployment of specific AI use cases in specific sectors, things quite quickly begin to get more complex. First of all, as Vanessa pointed out, the directionality and potential applications that will be dreamt up can't possibly be foreseen by policymakers. Any complex domain is inherently difficult, if not impossible, to predict. And so the fact that we're trying to sort of a priori determine how regulation is going to impact the development of AI in specific sectoral use cases, I think is going to have as a byproduct the consequence that there will be a sort of chilling effect where innovators and developers and entrepreneurs are going to be daunted or sort of dissuaded from engaging in the kinds of innovation activities that we want to encourage in Europe in order to boost our ICT industrial base. And so again, it's not about saying therefore we don't need an AI Act. It's about saying how can we make the law more attuned to the costs that it engenders. I'm thinking specifically of the sandbox that the AI Act contains, because pretty much anyone who's looked at this sandbox in detail concludes that it's not a sandbox at all. The purpose of the sandbox is to give space to small and new organizations to experiment in exchange for closer observation by the regulator, but also with some or all of the rules being suspended. And that is a model for innovation entrepreneurship that's been deployed to great effect. In the UK, for instance, the Financial Conduct Authority about 10 years ago created a sandbox for peer-to-peer finance. And as a result, a whole new sector of consumer finance has sprung up in the UK. And the regulator actually used a sandbox to help inform it down the line as to what kinds of regulations would be appropriate, having monitored and observed how these technologies are developed and deployed. And that's exactly the kind of model that EU policymakers should look at when they're trying to address specific pain points of where this regulation might end up, shooting Europe's economy in the foot, despite the best intentions of policymakers. And then, of course, there's the bigger question also of, we're trying to sort of sketch out a vision of how we want AI to be used in Europe, and that's all well and good, but there is most certainly the possibility that we end up lowering adoption rates in Europe, both by businesses who want to buy technology in AI or ones that want to develop it. And as a result, we're actually depriving ourselves from some of the productivity improvements and potential gains that a sort of faster rollout of AI can provide. It's very noteworthy that in economic sectors that have seen higher rates of automation in the last 3 decades, manufacturing of goods, especially consumer goods, prices for consumers have gone down, and it's precisely in the kinds of sectors where AI can really add the capacity to automate, such as medicine or education. It's in those sectors that have seen higher inflation rates than the rest of the economy, and that's sort of my fear, that we are depriving ourselves of the possibility to tackle the cost disease in those very service-reliant sectors where AI could really make a meaningful difference, just at the time when we should encourage the use of technology to try and make these sectors more productive, which ends up making them cheaper and more efficient, and that definitely benefits the economy and society as a whole.
Vielen Dank, Kim. Da waren jetzt schon einige Vorschläge. Nimm uns doch mal mit.
There were a lot of proposals. What should you say? What are you talking about? What are you negotiating?
Yes, so what we are talking about now is in the European Parliament is, of course, a lot of legislation, and I think that Tyson said it quite well. We're looking at a lot of damage control right now. The aim of the Commission is Europe fit for the digital age, but we're actually trying first to, clean up the mess of the past 20 years of the digital age, and then we're going to try to, really get ready and get fit for the digital age. And when we're talking about innovation, there's a lot of things that need to be done. I think indeed one of the things when I speak to companies is also we need clear rules. We need them fast. We need legal certainty, and I think that makes a lot of sense. That is something that can also give direction to startups and companies to which way do we go in terms of innovation. But next to that, we also really see that we need clear rules because we have to decide what kind of society we want to have. And we've had the same internet rules for the past 20 years and no rules on AI so far. And this has brought us to a point of no return. In the Netherlands, we had a child benefits scandal that Amnesty published a report on yesterday, where an algorithm was used to violate fundamental rights with massive consequences, thousands of families in debt, and kids being taken away from their families because because of this debt scandal that they were pushed into by the government, because people still think that technology is neutral, which is not. We see the Facebook files, toxic algorithms directly impacting our democracy. I mean, we have to ask ourselves the question: how long do we want this to go on? And one of the problems is, of course, if you don't set any boundaries on what is allowed in the European Union, you are still going to get people in. As long as there's an idea that profit can be made, you're still going to get ideas and technologies that are pushed forward that will hamper fundamental rights. So I think it's very important that we set clear rules, give legal certainty, and also really, you know, put all our efforts indeed to go for the sectors where we want and also need AI. We want a better healthcare system. We want AI to help us to detect diseases in an earlier stage or in a more effective way, etc. So let's go for that part that we want. But what I think is actually really crucial when we're talking about innovation is that we make sure that there is also space for these startups and European companies to get a space in the important things that we are doing in Europe right now. Take, for example, the new Gaia-X cloud that we're building, the one that is all about European digital sovereignty. And it's now a big consortium of American big tech companies that are going to build it in the end. And it doesn't, and there wasn't even a proper opportunity given to small startups and smaller European companies to even, compete effectively. If we really want, to foster innovation, we need on the one hand clear rules, and on the other hand, we need to invest. We need to foster our European alternatives, and we have to make sure that they are taken into account and not just being taken over by these big corporations and pushed aside continuously, as we've seen happening now in the past decades.
Vanessa, das war jetzt eigentlich fast die Steilvorlage.
That was very important to mention the startups who don't have a change. What would you wish for in this regard?
On some really important points that I've often seen. Gaia-X is, I think, one example. We're actually looking at a different infrastructure project right now called Large European AI Models, because we don't only see the infrastructure as cloud infrastructure being one where startups and also tech companies from the European Union should be push towards building an own infrastructure, but also actually our ability to build AI models in the European Union is a different one, where we're only using right now OpenAI's GPT-3 or Wudao coming from China. So that's going to be, I think, a different place where we have to kind of fight for earning back our dependence or our independence, and we're becoming more and more dependent. What I see actually when you kind of touch the point of Gaia-X and startups not really being a part of it is it's kind of taking back the loop to what I said in the beginning, kind of us investing and becoming more and more looking at risks and taking risks, and that's also from a state perspective. So Gaia-X, for example, at the beginning there were a lot of startups. I think it was actually even an initiative pushed by a lot of startups from the European Union saying kind of we need a cloud infrastructure here, and in the end what the state kind of relies on is more and more the big players, because we're kind of also from a state perspective not taking the risks and wanting to invest in possibilities that we're not sure if they will go through, because investing in startups is always something that's more risky. It can become really innovative, but it can also become a flop and a failure. And I think we have to kind of be prepared to take on failures if we want to kind of be big in the tech universe and not only rely on big players all the time, be it established companies from the European Union or established companies from the US. So I think it's more kind of relying on innovative ideas and think big. And at the moment, we're too much still thinking too small, or if we're thinking big, we're relying on big players that are already available.
Heißen, von einer transatlantischen Perspektive.
A transatlantic perspective. Due to Biden, there's a window of opportunity for acting in concert, and there's a tech council that was being founded. Could you maybe give advice to us how we can together maybe have success in this regard?
Comment on what Vanessa said very briefly, because I live in Berlin and I saw the immense spirit of the startup community here organized the hackathon in, I believe, March of last year to try to come up with different innovative tech-based solutions to contact tracing, to other monitoring questions around keeping resilient societies in the early COVID phase. And, really came up with, bottom-up ideas for contact. And it eventually, not only did they land with the constraints of having a duopoly on APIs between Apple and Google, but also, and this generally happens and has happened also with Gaia-X a little bit, they have a level, the German government in Berlin, and I think that this is true for a lot of European countries, has a cozy relationship with certain incumbent companies, which are kind of state adjacent, privatized telcos or large companies that tend to take the lead when it comes to these kind of initiatives to the disadvantage of nascent startup communities. And I think that is because, developing an innovation ecosystem based on startups is in the public interest. Governments have a role to play there for sure. And I think that throughout Europe, it's not been very impressive what has happened. On the Trade and Technology Council. So the US and Europe, 5 cabinet level secretaries, or 3 cabinet secretaries from the United States and 2 executive vice presidents, including Margarita Vestager, met in Pittsburgh on September 27th and 28th to talk about cooperation primarily in tech governance questions. That's everything from industrial policy to supply chain resilience, to what I call technology access and control questions. So dues, export controls, investment screening, trustworthy vendors, data flows, data governance questions, green tech, and of course, AI was a big dollop of that discussion. They released a 17-page joint statement with 5 annexes based on the work of 10 working groups. And the AI stuff points in a cautiously optimistic direction, where both sides see the need for a risk-based approach. So based on risk pyramids with gradations of conformity assessments, impact assessments, et cetera. And a lot of ground for potentially, mutually recognized conformity assessments, risk assessments, standards that companies can adopt, et cetera. So I think that, the Biden administration is really looking at this stuff quite seriously and could be a general partner for the European Union. Most of the action in the United States on AI is happening currently at the local level. You have a moratoria on facial recognition technologies, at the municipal level primarily. Some states are looking at things. California is moving very quickly in the area of data protection and privacy, as we know, set up its first data protection authority last week. But that doesn't mean that Washington is not a good partner. On the reg side, I get it. I find it I'm not convinced that Europe is regulating itself out of the innovation space. I do think it would be optimal if we all jumped together in the democratic world, that Europe didn't have to pursue the kind of contingent unilateralism that made it adopt things first, because that does have trade-offs. And we've seen that in data protection. But, that kind of argument, when drawn to its conclusion, would mean that most innovation would take place in some countries with very weak state capacity. And that's just not the case. There's a reason why we all want to work and live and innovate in the United States, Europe, Japan, et cetera. And part of it is because of, very, very transparent, well-developed regulatory regimes. So I don't buy into the argument necessarily that, this regulation will make Europe weaker necessarily.
Ben, hast du dazu auch noch
britische Sicht vielleicht? Do you have a British point of view, maybe?
Yeah, the points raised by Kim around cleaning up the mess of the past 20 years, I think they sort of really bring to life how a lot of this is also a question of what perspective do you have on the state of the world that we find ourselves in? Is it all a digital catastrophe? that urgently needs to be fixed because society is about to fall apart? Or is it actually more a question of asking, a case of asking, why are we so exposed? Why don't we have any homegrown European companies that can meaningfully contribute to Gaia-X? What happened in the last 20 years that caused the European digital economy to slide relative to the rest of the world? And depending on what policy area you prioritize, you'll come to different conclusions around where the urgency lies for lawmakers. And my thinking around the AI Act is that it's basically trying to sort of hyperactively make up for sort of perceived damage wreaked by digital developments, when in fact we already have a pretty wide-ranging set of legal and regulatory frameworks that protect European consumers. I think the case of the Dutch welfare algorithm is very interesting, because that should be covered entirely by GDPR, including Article 2, the right to have human review of automated decision-making outputs. So the question is there really a need for additional safeguards and protections which create further costs, or should we ask ourselves to what extent do existing laws already provide ample recourse? And in response to the comment Tyson just made, I actually answered this in the chat. I think the concern that I have is that by creating additional barriers and costs to innovating and developing here, what we're actually doing is incentivizing companies to be founded and scaled elsewhere. The AI value accrual and value creation takes place outside of Europe, and then companies come and sell to Europe once they control the compliance costs of doing so. And instead of having companies being set up and founded here, we're actually encouraging a brain drain for people to go and do this in jurisdictions where they can do so at lower cost. Again, a reason why the sandbox deserves a much closer look, because I think a lot more could be done there to avoid this scenario where the EU becomes a graveyard for AI development, but still a healthy market for other entities to sell AI to. So it's just really a question about sort of taking a nuanced look around where can we do more to try and ensure an outcome that everyone on this panel presumably agrees with, which is we want to see a flourishing European technology ecosystem. And I think that's precisely why conversations like the ones we're having today are so important.
Kim, you're shaking.
Kim, you're shaking your head.
Yes,
would you like to say something?
I have heard these comments so many times already. Any rule will hamper any type of innovation. But as Tyson already said in the chat, rules don't hamper innovation. It's not a fact. And I think it's really a pity that we are only discussing that, whereas it's actually way more interesting to see what kind of rules do we need in place. And also that is what, me as a politician, I would like to hear from lobbyists. I would like to hear what kind of rules are actually useful for you. But the only thing we can hear all the time is, oh no, any rule will hamper innovation. And I'm sorry, I'm not buying that, because this is, the same kind of narrative we have heard years and years and years. And we know that, the big tech corporations, we have now a strong GDPR, could have been way stronger if we hadn't heard continuously, oh no, but this will hamper innovation. And this means that there are still so many loopholes that Facebook can continue doing what they are doing, that they can still, damage our society and endanger our society. And, I'm not a tech pessimist, but I do see that there are huge problems right now in the way that we deal with technology, and, and that we have to have proper checks and balances to actually go towards the society, as where I said, which is a society I would like to see, where not companies are deciding what's happening on the internet, where not technology is deciding what's happening in society, but we have a human-centered approach, and that humanity and the rule of law is actually deciding what's happening on the internet and in society.
Eisen, du hattest im Chat gerade noch was geschrieben, worauf...
You wrote down something in the chat. Would you like to say this for all participants?
I had a conversation with somebody from Brussels once, and we were talking about regulating highly innovative ecosystems. And he said, well, there's no capital, no government would have an incentive to regulate an area where it's winning, where it's private sector setting the rules. And I said, well, what about California's data protection law? California not only imposed a data protection law and strengthened referendum, but also was the first in the United States to have data breach laws, has regulated online behavior of minors, other sectoral areas, is looking at all sorts of areas around. I mean, gig economy is quite complex. They had a couple of hiccups there, but is a pretty active regulator in this space. And I don't think anybody would say, well, all the companies are moving to like Alabama or something because it's a less regulated environment and they have more freedom to innovate. I think that it is, as Ben mentioned, it's a very complex picture. You need to weigh trade-offs, but at the end of the day, you want something where you have high quality products that are being adopted, that are conform to the value systems that govern the European Union or a country or a state like California. And as long as that doesn't, that will involve certain small trade, still possible. And in some cases, perhaps even in California, it has actually enabled innovation, not just hindered it.
Mit Blick auf die Zeit.
Well, we need to take a look at the time. We only have 2 minutes left. There's so many exciting questions. I'm very sorry, but we cannot talk about all of these questions. I would like to give the chance to the panelists to conclude their remarks. So maybe ladies first, let's start with Vanessa with a very brief resume, and we cannot really take into account all of the questions.
To add on what Kim said, because I think that's one of the important learnings of our discussion. I think who we kind of want to hurt with regulation, or who we want to kind of hinder, are those that are really a problem towards and present a high risk case. And I think that's what we really have to look at. The GDPR is, I think, a perfect example to see that it didn't really hurt those that we actually wanted to hurt. Facebook and co. Kim mentioned it. What we see with the GDPR, it actually brought the EU further apart, I think, because the GDPR is so differently laid out. I think if you would ask like every data protection officer in Germany, actually one of the 16, they would say something completely different on how they would lay out the GDPR. So we really need clear regulation here, and we need to make sure that innovation can actually happen, especially for the smaller companies, and how we can prevent these big companies from the US and China breaking our values and making high risk cases that the AI Act kind of lays out a problem for the European Union.
Bevor Kim dann gerne das nächste Schlusswort sprechen darf, der Hinweis.
Before Kim may speak the last words, we're going to collect all of your questions, and they can be answered afterwards as well.
All right, thank you. Yes, I think one of the things that we perhaps forgot to discuss so far is also how important it is, I think, that we create trustworthy AI for the consumers and for the users of AI. Because we see now indeed that, on the one hand, when you speak with smaller companies, but also with a lot of public institutions, that they feel that they don't have enough grip on, what kind of AI they actually are using, because we don't have proper European AI, and these big tech companies, they just have to trust them. And they are not sure that there are clear rules for them elsewhere. And they would definitely prefer, especially, for example, in hospitals, to use something that is perhaps a company that you can just call when something's wrong, which is not something that the big tech corporations are known for. And secondly, I think it's very important, to give this trust. In Europe, we value ourselves for, having very high product safety standards, for having very high food safety standards. And I think we can also go in the direction of having very good digital standards. So people can just use technology without having to worry about being tracked or that it can be used against them.
Der nächste in meiner Reihe, und ich mache es jetzt einfach so, wie es der Algorithmus hier mir...
So the next one would be Ben.
Yeah, my final remarks would be, as I said at the outset, it's a complete false dichotomy to say it's either rules or innovation. We need to have a discussion around which kinds of rules carry what types of costs, and how can we adapt proposed frameworks to ensure that the costs are minimized. And I think that's an entirely valid conversation to have. And to call that scaremongering or lobbying I think completely misses the point here, which is that we're all in agreement. We want the European tech ecosystem to flourish. So it's very valid to raise a question such as I did, whether the case of the Dutch welfare system algorithm, which is something no one wants to see, whether that's already covered by existing legislation, and the answer is yes. And so to say the AI Act may duplicate certain existing frameworks and may hurt entrepreneurs as a result is just something that I think is valid to throw into the conversation. At the end of the day, it all boils down to how do we strike the right balance between some of the risks that innovation and new technologies create, and protecting consumers against them, but also trying to promote the benefits and the proceeds of growth that technology has very clearly given us an opportunity to do so. And that's what we have to do now, looking forward in a green field like AI, which we're just at the beginning of developing that. And our job is to make it easier for European entrepreneurs to participate in a manner that is consistent with European values. And I look forward to continuing to contribute to that debate.
Das werden wir tun, aber zunächst
This is what we're going to do. So, Mr. Tyson, please.
The question on China and the Global South. So obviously the allure of adopting certain AI-backed surveillance technology, especially to watch your opposition or anticipate political action, is very tempting for a lot of, let's say, weak democracies or authoritarians who are trying to build out state capacity. And the European Union, to its credit, has started to recognize this. It's late, we're all late. But thinking about infrastructure diplomacy in the Global Gateway Initiative, thinking about the way that platforms, fintech, can be used, also a smart city technology, is something that the EU is starting to underscore with a geopolitical dimension that I don't think it did in the past when it was talking about development. I think it will also be interesting for the European Union to think how it can empower citizens in the Global South to play a bigger role in kind of global tech governance. So if you take offerings in Facebook, for example, a lot of times Facebook suites of services are bundled into phones in Global South states and offered for free as a part of a telco contract, which gives, when we think about market dominance of gatekeeper platforms in Europe and the United States, gives them immensely more power and actually a lot of vulnerability when you have an outage, for example, of Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, as we did a couple of weeks ago. So thinking about how to empower citizens and also considering the geopolitical dimensions, I think is something that the European Union will have to do in its tech foreign policy, hopefully starting next year, perhaps even in the German G7 presidency. Thanks.
Ja, vielen Dank. Wenn am Ende eines Panels...
Thank you very much, Ben. Well, we could not answer all questions, but it really shows that the discussion is very important, is urgent, and this is why we talked about this. We want to contribute to this discussion from a political perspective, from a scientific perspective. I would like to thank you for participating, and in 5 minutes we're going to continue with an intermezzo, and I would be delighted if you would watch this as well. So thank you to all the panelists and goodbye. See you.
Viel Spaß. Danke dir. Hello. Nice to meet you, everybody. This is Tim from IRADS Lab.
Hi, Tim.
Just for the second, I'll stick to English, but later on I will be in German, and then you can activate the translation.
Okay.
So no worries. We'll go to German soon. Have you found the button for interpretation on the bottom side? Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Max Schrems is not here yet, but we will start on time and he'll join us any moment, I guess. Gut, dann darf ich Sie ganz herzlich begrüßen zum nächsten Panel.
Okay, I'd like to welcome you to the next panel. This is about enforcement and compliance online. Let me just add that we have two guests from the French-speaking countries and also from Germany. So this is going to be a session with German and English. On the bottom, you have a world map and can opt for a simultaneous interpretation in case you wish. So I am glad to see you all and like to introduce this subject. Why have we chosen this subject? And then I'd like to introduce also the panelists. The subject data protection is a topic that has been dealt by many people. We've already dealt with this in today's session from the civil rights point of view. And it has been mentioned that this Data Protection Act now has a 10-year anniversary. So I think that we are entitled to talk about enforcement. But is it so? Are we up to the task? And what challenges do we have to meet to make the enforcement valid? We have market platforms, we have communication platforms with brand new economic models. And lately we have a system of fines. A fine has been decided against WhatsApp of 250 million by an Irish data protection lawyer. And there are other countries where the data protection is not really up-to-date scoring. How do we deal with this? And of course, we also have the item in the framework of the AI Act. What are the practices that must be monitored and even forbidden? Now, I'd like to analyze 3 steps. First of all, we should analyze what are the major challenges, analyze the problems, and then we should ask ourselves what is to be done, where do we need to act on regulatory level and organizational level, and then also analyze new legal acts, the legal act on artificial intelligence, and ask ourselves, what role does data protection have to play in this context? And I am happy to welcome a fascinating panelist group. We have Estelle Massé. She is the Senior Policy Analyst in Global Data Protection of Lead at Access. Now, Access is a non-governmental organization that stands for human rights in the age of digital information, and not only at European level, but globally. Then also from a French-speaking country, we have Valérie Peugeot. She's on the one hand a researcher, and she also is member of the National Commission on Informatics and Liberty, CNEL, C-N-E-L, comparable to the organization of Barbara Thiel. She is the State Data Protection Officer of Lower Saxony and is lawyer by profession. So she really works in the same field as Mrs. Peugeot. We also have with us Jonas Botta. He's also a lawyer and research associate of the German Research Institute for Public Administration, deals with data protection and will deal with the scientific aspect. Now we have Marx Schrem joining us, perfect timing. I introduce you as the 5th panelist. You are a data protection activist and also founder and chairperson of NOYB, which stands for None of Your Business. Is non-governmental organization with headquarters in Vienna that deals with data protection enforcement as their goal. So we have a scientific and a practical dimension in this panel, and I think that I'm looking forward to a discussion. Let us to start to give the floor to Madame Marcel. Estelle, what is the state of European data protection? What is the state of art of the European data protection enforcement? You can make a strong statement, don't you worry. What's the actual situation of data protection enforcement actually now? Estelle, you have the floor.
Thank you. And sorry for the delay. My German is still non-existent, therefore I will be speaking in English.
My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you very much for having me today and for organizing this discussion. I have been repeating for quite a while now that the General Data Protection Regulation, the EU Data Protection Framework, is a legislative success, but an enforcement failure. And I think that even though we are seeing progressively some effort and some progress in the way data protection authority across the European Union are working together and starting to grasp the new mechanism for them to work together, we're still really far away from the hopes that we all had when the regulation was voted and then came into force about 3 years ago. We're seeing increasingly large cases being resolved, which gives a little bit of hope that this enforcement mechanism is slowly getting started. But if we just compare the sheer number of cases that has been brought to the different data protection authority and to the European Data Protection Board, and I think Max will be able to say much more about that. If you compare the number of cases that have been brought compared to the number of cases that have been resolved, this is just a huge disappointment, and this is a cause for worry. And so I do not think that the GDPR here is at fault, and maybe I'm getting ahead of our conversation on what to do and how to fix things, but we are seeing that there is an issue with enforcement, which does not necessarily translate that there is an issue with the underlying legislation. There is an issue with how it's being understood, how it's being applied or ignored, and then how it's being enforced or rather unenforced. And the situation is not the same in every EU country. The situation is not the same for all the DPA, but I think there is at least two elements that we're seeing in enforcement issues that are ones, that there is still a really insufficient level of resources. A lot of data protection authority have seen their resources increase, but compared to the amount of work that they have now compared to the situation under the previous data protection regime, it's still largely insufficient, and not just in terms of sheer number and budget, but a lot of data protection authority lack technical expertise and technical experts to be able to advise on some cases. So a lot of questions could remain unanswered or answered differently between countries. And then there is a huge issue between a lack of harmonization between processes, which leads to opaque processes, which leads to processes that get repeated, which leads to cases being resolved in different manners, cases taking much longer than what they needed. So 3 years in, which is rather soon, though, we already, I think, can see that the benefits from the GDPR can still materialize, but there are probably some tweak around procedure and enforcement that will need to happen if we want it to be realized. Otherwise, we risk being in the same situation as we were with the 95 directive, the previous framework, where the law will largely be ignored because there is no tangible risk for companies for not following those rules, and because the rights are not being enforced and the sanctions are not applying. And so I don't want to oversimplify the issue, and don't want to say that, it's because so-and-so is not doing their work, but there is an area of issue, but I do think the core of the problem goes with the functioning of the so-called one-stop shop mechanism that, yes, it's rather complicated, but it's also complicated because there is no single procedures for it to work, and we need to have those procedures work together so we don't have single DPAs hiding behind their national procedures for not making cases progress and things like that. And to give certainty to everyone, actually. It would give certainties to data subject like us bringing cases that the case will be resolved in a reasonable amount of time and that your rights will be protected. And it will also give certainty to companies on how cases will proceed. Right now, the one-stop shop mechanism is almost exclusively working to the benefit of company, which was a risk that was identified when the GDPR was negotiated and is unfortunately materializing. So I think...
Estelle? Sorry for interrupting you, but you're already giving such a big picture. May I just interrupt you for a second?
Of course.
Get everybody together?
Yes.
Gut. Vielen Dank, Estelle. Das war jetzt schon ein sehr weiter Rundumschlag.
Many thanks, Estelle. That was a very holistic approach already. I thought that maybe, first of all, we all make a short statement and then deepen the topic, but let's change it. You've just presented the case, and okay, all of you will have the opportunity to stress the points that you deem important. Estelle made a first step. Estelle mentioned there are a lot of open cases, and of course now that means that we'll give the floor to the next speaker. Now, who is in charge and what rules do apply? First of all, let's collect experiences. And now I'd like to give the floor to Max Schrems. You can also focus on the topics that you'd like to deepen, okay? Some of this has already been stated quite correctly. There's another dimension that is very important, the culture of data protection authorities. We have data protection authorities that take a long time, that don't have many people that work for them, that have been activists at court. Those people, good people, have sometimes left the authorities that have been recruited elsewhere. So there we do have a problem on this level. And even authorities that are ready to do this job, and we have enough authorities, have to fight with difficulties to find good cases for legal reasons. And sometimes you have the impression that they give the complicated cases to the authorities to make sure that they don't pass. And I think that this leads to a situation where we lack a general prevention. So we cannot ask each and everyone to abide by the rules. No, I think we should come up with sanctions that are high enough to keep people from infringing these regulations. And of course, there isn't much case law available so far. And well, many things remain to be done, and maybe the authority must write them, must explain them what is to be done. So many technical problems I've tried to investigate, but I haven't received an answer. So it's a huge task. And if you think how you can find somebody who speeds in traffic, that's easy. You don't have to start a long discussion, but this is different. In Austria, for example, we have an anonymous rule that sends out fines for non-compliance, and I think that's the right direction, but we have a negative spiral. We talk a lot about compliance. We have a lot of complaints, and the authorities are not able to even deal with the different complaints, but they try to get rid of all those numerous complaints. I understand this because they have 10 employees and 1,000 complaints, so impossible task. And sometimes company thinks, well, let them complain, but in the end, nothing happens. And that's something we need to change. We must make sure that this culture changes. We must be able to manage this process. The authorities cannot manage every detail, but we must make it clear for all the parties concerned that this is a legal process that leads to a result. And we must come up with some huge fines to make clear to all the others, beware, if you go against data protection law, you will have to pay for it. So I think that we need a large lever to act. And I think that we cannot concentrate on small fish in this because that takes up too many resources. Thank you. I think we'll come back to this 225 million fine against Facebook and come back to your work as an activist, Max. Now, Mrs. Thiel, if I could ask you, you were from the Data Protection Authority from Lower Saxony, and what would you tell international guests? This is a regional data protection authority. Yes, you're right. We have a specialty in Germany. Even nationally active authorities can have a headquarter somewhere in Lower Saxony and depend on the Lower Saxony authority. So the structure is somewhat different. You're an expert on this, so I would like to ask, what are the major challenges implementing and enforcing the European data protection rules? Mrs. Thiel, you're still muted. I think you found it. Okay. Now I hope you hear me. First of all, I'd like to say hello to all of you and many thanks to let me take the floor and to invite me. You've already quoted this. I am a German authority. I work for a German authority, but we have a lot of German monitoring authorities, 18 altogether, and this does not make the situation any more easy. And you've just mentioned a term that I would also mention. This is a huge and complex task, huger than in other countries, but we must speak with one voice at European level. So this is one huge challenge, especially for German data protection authorities. We must make sure that this one voice at European level is being heard. And we have rules in the framework of the General Data Protection Regulation. We must make sure that we have at national level to make a decision how to proceed in case of cross-border infringements. But what about German cases that are limited to Germany? So this is one subject to tackle with. Mr. Schrems already mentioned the huge number of cases, and I think that there is a term that hits the nail. I think we have a lot of small fish, but maybe that was the idea of the Data Protection Authority. They have enforced the rights. They've introduced a obligation to inform. They have established a complaints procedure. This is a further challenge that we must meet. After 3 months, you have to you're entitled to file a complaint if you haven't received an answer as yet. And of course, you can also go against an answer that you have received from the judge. That means that this further slows down the procedure. But of course, we must abide by the rule, and that doesn't make it any easier. And there's another point that has already been mentioned, and I'd like to relativize it. We're not only monitoring authority, we're not only dealing with enforcement and compliance and monitoring. Now we also have a consulting function, and this is important. And of course, that's also a dilemma for us. How should we act? How can we combine both tasks and make them compatible? And this dilemma is even more serious because we do not have the necessary staff. I think that the German monitoring authorities are still staffed quite well compared to other European monitoring authority. But given the number of cases and given the number of incidents that we have to take into consideration, failures of communication and so on, we have no time to realize random controls, and those would be more important than dealing with individual cases. I think that I wish for more random controls, because that allows you to draw general conclusions and you don't leave it to an accident what companies are in the focus and what companies are not in the focus. And in these negotiations of the last years, we realized that there are many companies that are below the radar and they just hope not to be discovered ever. And given the size of my authority, I think they have every right to think that maybe they will not be discovered. And then I'd like to mention a fourth point that has not been mentioned yet, and it deals with the question, what is the value of data protection per se? So this is the question, how do you deal with data protection in the political discussion? More often than not, data protection is some defensive strategy. That's the way it's perceived. And when you control it and have a closer look, you realize that some of it is not data protection. Some of it does not deal with data protection, cannot be done by a data Protection Authority. And first and foremost, I think that data protection is not going to stop digitization. I think that we need a new image of data protection. We need a more positive stance when dealing with data protection. We need to see data protection as a tool that stresses confidence, and this is not the case in the political discussion right now. And the last point, point number 5, we have a problem with enforcement. I don't think that we should condemn this one-stop shop per se. It is a tool that could be useful, but of course we need a European way of procedure. We need a European definition of terms. What is a cross-border procedure? We must define that. And of course, we need more competencies as far as enforcement is concerned, especially when concerning the big players, the US players, the gatekeepers. Only if we are able to do this, to achieve this, will we be able to enforce data protection according to our new act. So I don't think we are gaining credibility if we go against small companies. No, not at all. I think that we need other priorities. Thank you very much for your intervention. I think Schrems already mentioned general prevention, random controls, and so on, risk assessment. And of course, that is always important when resources are limited. Mrs. Peugeot, I'd like to know more about the French perspective and your perspective as a data protection authority, and then your scientific approach as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be with you today. Well, I will talk as a one of the member of the board of the CNIL, not as a researcher today. That's why I'm here as the CNIL. So a lot has been said already, and I quite share most of the views which have been exposed. What Estelle said at first, the big picture she gave, I agree, but I think it's a bit pessimistic. I would be a little less pessimistic than she is. And as we say in French, I'd like to look at the part of the glass which is full better than the empty one, you know. So let's try to do that together. Of course, I agree with the fact that many actors are not compliant. We all know that the GDPR is a complex legislation, very complex, and for the small and medium-sized companies, it's particularly difficult to be compliant. You've seen that the EDPB has been delivering on a regular basis guidelines that try to clarify the text, that try to build a common understanding between the data protection authorities. And that's also what we're doing at the French level. We are trying to help the different actors, the different sectors, by either updating or normative legacy, all the norms, the soft law that was built before the GDPR, we are updating it, and also we are issuing a large set of new recommendations, of new guidelines in order to help those actors to be more compliant. And as it was mentioned by my colleague, this is a huge part of our work that is unseen. It's below the curtain because the media don't talk about it, but we spend a lot of energy, all the data protection authorities, we spend a lot of energy in helping the actors who consult us, in helping them in being more compliant. Talking about the risk of forum shopping, which is more than a risk, it's a reality already. We are aware of this. I think of course, we need more and more cooperation. That's the key issue between the data protection authorities to go beyond that and to respect the spirit of the GDPR, which is, of course, to with the one-stop shop mechanism and the cooperation procedure. The idea is of course prevent us from the forum shopping. So we need more cooperation, and we have seen recently 2 binding decisions which have been taken on the basis of the Article 65 by the EDPB. So this can't be done on an everyday basis, but we see that we have some tools, we have some means to trigger to increase our further cooperation, and we need to use them, and hopefully we will be using them more and more in the coming times. Talking about the resources, in France we have been quite lucky, I would say, because we have moved from 200 people working at the CNIL in 2016, and now we have more than 245. So that's better, of course, but it's not enough. Of course, it's not enough, because we have, I would say, 4 different tasks that we have to push to deal with together, accompanying the controllers towards a complete compliance, as I said before, answering the flow of complaints that we receive. In the year 2020, we have received more than 13,000 complaints. 13,000, you have to imagine. How can we deal with this? This is very difficult. Of course, we have to do the investigation to check if people are compliant or not, and then we have to sanction. So what we want at this stage at the CNIL is we want to increase the capacity of the CNIL to sanction, and we are now negotiating with our government in the coming law so that we can take quick and small decisions for small problems. So, that's something which is under its way. Hopefully we'll get a new legislation at the national level for this. And also we want to increase the pace at which we answer to the complaints and we take the sanctions. So those are the priorities of the CNIL at the moment. Another thing I want to underline is the fact that we have behind those 4 tasks that have been mentioned, we also have a strong role. We need to be prepared for new issues that are linked to new technologies that are coming. I'm talking about AI, I'm talking about facial recognition, etc. So the data protection authorities, on the one hand, they need to be very active, rooted in the present. But on the other hand, we have to anticipate the future, which will certainly bring new regulations, new problems and new regulations. So I think Max Schrems mentioned the problem of culture. We have a problem of culture of privacy at large, not only in the data protection authorities, but in the population. And of course, the data protection authorities, we are not lobbyists, we are not NGOs, we are not a substitute to the legislator. But as regulators, we must have a clear, loud voice when privacy issues come into the public debate. And I think there will be, in the short term, many debates. I'm thinking about surveillance technologies, for instance, that will be at the heart of our work. So when coming back to the question of resources, I think, of course, we need not only legal experts, we need more engineers. That's an important point, because you know that the security issues are getting bigger and bigger every day. We need designers, we need ergonomists who are in capacity to analyze the UX, the user experience, and the possible dark patterns that lead the data subject to accept uses of their data without being conscious of giving their consent. We need economists who are in capacity to decipher the specificity of the functioning of the digital economy, without which the health of a company cannot properly be measured. And we need forecasters to work on the emerging issues I mentioned before. At the CNIL, we're quite lucky because we have a team of researchers who are dedicated to these tasks. And they work, for instance, on the interaction between open data and data protection, or they've just released a report on the evolution of the means of payments and its consequences on privacy. So this is another part of our job that people know very little about, but is, for me, structuring for the future. But I might stop here.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Peugeot. Also mein Gefühl ist, also Jonas, du bekommst auch noch dein gutes Recht. Ich habe das Gefühl, wenn man mit diesem Panel tatsächlich sich mal einen Monat zurückziehen würde.
That if we would talk for a month, then we would have very good solutions.
Oh, okay.
Does it work now?
Okay, yes.
Yes. So if we would talk for 1 month, if we would be in one room, and I think we would have very good ideas, very good approaches, which we could then implement. I'm highly impressed, and I see that there are also questions, but Jonas, the floor is yours. You are now the last one, and maybe you have a scientific approach, maybe you could resume it or really emphasize the most important points. What is important to you? Thank you very much. Well, on the one hand side, it all started with the GDPR, and it was all very old. And even if we would take a retreat for 1 month, we all know we need to implement everything, and we need to name the actors. And when we talk about are the member states, the regulatory authorities don't have enough resources. This is why they are not to be blamed. This is very important. And also the European Union. They chose one common GDPR, and the consequence is that there are different clauses, and where we still need to find solutions for, because they're single cases, and we need to find solutions for this, bring this to the CGA, and to this point, there will be deficits because things are not clear at the moment. And and all those who work in the legal sector are thriving because there's so many questions concerning the GDPR. But it's not good that so many things are unclear. And when we talk about Schrems 2, this can be interpreted very differently, and particularly in the first few months it was interpreted differently. And there's the question, how can we execute this? So this is something that is worth mentioning, and what is important as well. It's not only the GDPR, due to the fact that the European Union decided to have opening clauses, although also the member states have a lot of legislative procedures. So it's very difficult to enforce these laws, to bring these different laws into compliance. And I think the GDPR is just a solution we have for now, but not an end-term solution per se. When we talk about the Governance Act, the Data Act, those are legal sectors that go hand in hand with data protection. It's a very complex legal area, and the tribunals need to do something now in Germany. We don't have special authorities in this regard. And data protection leads to different questions in terms of labor law, social law, civil law, all these different areas. And this is why there are different decisions that need to be taken, and this takes a lot of time. And just a short perspective, we're looking at private actors, Facebook, WhatsApp, but also the state is bound on data protection. This is where in Germany the data protection comes from, and there we find a deficit because we cannot find others. If data protection is not being respected, we cannot really find. And there's the question, is this really enough in order to promote data protection. Firstly, the focus was on the big players, but it's also about the state. We need to hold the state accountable. This is just what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much. Well, we could talk about this more than 3 hours, I'm sure, but we're now going to continue, and we're going to talk about all these other questions we have. Where could one start? Because we see that there are problems, and if one would say, okay, 3 points we could implement at this very moment, having better resources, for example. Is this important? And something from the chat I would like to incorporate. Ms. Schneider has a question. I would also would have liked to ask you this question. Isn't the problem not the Irish data protection authority? And don't we need a European data protection authority, which is to be used for the large corporations, for the transnational corporations? This would mean that we would need European law for this authority, and that the Irish, German, or also French competencies would be limited in this regard. So let's talk about this question. Mr. Schrems, what do you think? If there would be a European authority for all the larger platforms, would this be a good approach? You're still muted? Well, it's one of the solutions, but I don't think this is enforceable very swiftly. So I don't know if this could be enforced on a European level, how to enforce on the ground. How does this authority work? This is a very long topic, but I think it would be more important to talk about the procedural problem. This is what the Irish authority abuses. The question is, what is an immediate decision? The High Court states or needed 3 years for the second step, so that's not immediate. In Ireland, there are 10,000 complaints and only a few decisions, and in other member states, it's similar. So we need to talk about, we must not talk only about the large questions of the GDPR. I think it's not a good law, I have to say this, and I think this is true for other European laws as well. It's just not clear, and when they wrote these laws, they knew that this would be difficult to find a solution, but they said, well, the court should find the solution then. But talking about the GDPR, these are very simple questions. If I file a complaint in Austria, everything is being written down. How long do I have the time? How long do I have for this, for that? And when we talk about the Irish Data Protection Authority, it's very different compared to Austria. They just don't process part of it, and then one has a decision that does not work, and that is not in line with the Austrian law. And in Dublin, maybe they have a different approach. You don't have access to everything. There are incredible disputes. We don't have access to the data because Facebook claims no one is permitted to have access. So it's all very complicated. You know, it can be compared to a kindergarten, honestly. One would really need to define this. This would be the first step. And we need to have a framework in this regard, to have guidelines. This would be possible if the authorities would have a memorandum of understanding. And one did this with the American authority. So another option would be to do within the GDPR an international enforcement where these things are defined, and it's kind of ridiculous because this is not only true for Ireland, Austria, Germany, with Berlin. For 2 years, we don't have any news. They lost papers. Something does not work, and papers needed to be downloaded, and they put it in the wrong file. And 2 years later, we just recognized that they didn't download this. And one can say, okay, one needs to find solutions, but I talked to an authority that said that they have an Excel sheet in order to where they write down what they need to check. So this is crazy what is happening. Things seem to not be working at the moment. And I'm concerned because, you know, what is happening here? And if there's no structure at all, this is very strange, I have to say. And I'm writing emails with others that are frustrated too. You know, if you don't know where to file your complaint to, and if it all does not work, you know, one is allowed to vote, but at the most time, this is very important. If there are 10,000 complaints per year and only 6 or 7 decisions are being made, then the system does not work. It's turned tipsy-turvy, and other data protection authorities cannot do anything if they in Ireland say, well, you know, you will know the results in 2 or 3 years. There are no deadlines. There are deadlines for one authority. I think this is for 4 weeks, 2 weeks, but the other authority can take 3 to 4 years. There's no deadline. And this is where we really need to do something about. Just one small sentence. I think one also has to take into consideration how to automate everything, because one cannot only deal with every single case. We need automatic approaches. This would be similar. So not only within GDPR, but also beyond, how to deal with this. And there need to be adaptations, you know, to just take decisions very quickly. Well, thank you very much for your estimate. Would we centralize it on a European level? You say, no, we would need other harmonizations, automatization, harmonization of certain legal notations. And Ms. Peugeot, I had the feeling you wanted to say something. Please, the floor is yours. What do you think?
Thank you. Although I agree with a lot which has been said, but I wanted to react to the fact that Max Schrem was focusing on the number of decisions, sanctions that are taken, because this is only the tip of the iceberg, the top of the iceberg, because behind all the time we are sending formal notices to controllers, and most of the time they change their practices, and we don't have to go to the sanction. Hopefully that's lucky. I mean, very often it's a lack of competency, an ignorance, and they don't know how to manage with the compliance. And as soon as we write to them and we say, hey, you have a problem here, you have 2 months or 3 months or 4 months, and they become compliant. So you don't see that part of the iceberg, which is below the level of the sea. And well, that doesn't change the big picture, but that doesn't change the big picture. But there's more than what you see in the media. That's what I wanted to say.
Because I think that's exactly what I meant with the culture issue. I'm sorry to interrupt right there, but if companies learn that the DPAs are their nanny that runs after them, then they will have even less incentive oftentimes to comply. To give you a basic example, in Austria, we have a credit ranking agency, credit reference agency, that never answers access requests the right way. They never do. They always send a 2-line letter back. Now, then people complain to the DPA. There are tons of these complaints because they say, I never got my full data. I was denied my electricity contract, whatever it is. Now, what this company does is that in the last step of the procedure, they basically then provide that data, which makes the procedure moot because the complainant got its data. So that's it. It got its data 2 years later, and 99% of the people never go to the DPA. Now, the DPA, for whatever reason in Austria, doesn't issue a big fine on that because they could issue a fine on top of this. Instead, we have hundreds of procedures over the same question again and again, always with the argument they finally then complied and we dealt with them and so on. And I think that is especially that culture that in privacy is so prevalent, what we're all used to, that the companies take advantage of to a large extent. Because if I don't pay my taxes because I misunderstand my tax thing, and quite honestly, the Austrian tax code is more complicated than the GDPR, then no one is advising me much. I just get a penalty and I'll probably try to learn that the next time. And I literally pay €1,000 a year for a tax advisor to make sure that I do it the right way. And in the GDPR bubble, we kind of, the public is now paying for this. The public authorities are paying for it, and this culture is exactly, I think, where this general deterrence, how law works in other fields, is still missing to a large extent. And I understand all the dynamics, but I think we have to overcome them to a certain extent to get more efficient, because this following up with each individual controller is just mind-blowing.
Yes, but also you a last reaction. That was my
that I would just want to give the word back to you, Mr.
Yeah, a second reaction. You also have to understand that when we take a sanction, when I report for a sanction, I have 3 possibilities. Ask for money. Okay, that's the one that the media focus on. Ask for compliance with a certain, 1 month to become compliant. And the third thing, which is not supposed to be a sanction, but which is a very strong sanction, is to go public or not, to make the decision public or not. And very often, this is the most severe decision to go public for a company. They're ready to pay, but they're not ready to have this public because they might lose the confidence of their clients, etc. And this, when I choose to ask, as a reporter, when I choose to ask for the publicity of the sanction, this is my little arm. Can you say that? Mon arme létale. I don't know how to say that. This is my joker. I know that this will have an effect far beyond the controller I'm sanctioning. This is why I ask it, because I know that the whole sector will be obliged to look at it, and they will change their practices when they see that this goes public. So
that's exactly the deterrence factor here as well.
Yeah, exactly. But then I saw there are some other questions in the Q&R, and maybe later I'd like to answer to the second question which appears in the Q&R, but I don't want to keep the floor for myself.
Gerne. Frau Thiel, mich würde an der Stelle interessieren.
Ms. Thiel, I would be interested, how do you view this from the German perspective? Should we have a centralized approach on the European level, or should we harmonize the procedural law and also the non-defined notions? What would you say? Well, a colleague of mine had this proposal. He was very angry due to the fact that no decisions were being made. So when we go back to the numbers, until October, until the 20th of October, I don't know
which date, but we had 1,000 procedures and only 200 decisions were being made. This is 1/5 how one would like to assess this. This is a very different question, but we know from a German perspective that we have concluded more procedures compared to Ireland. We compared this, but nevertheless, I'm compared that this one-stop shop principle should remain, because with one central authority, we would not find a solution, because now we have one authority and all the others are not a member, and we really need to think. We're now in the 6th year of the GDPR, or in the 4th year when it comes to implementation. This is a very important project and it does not work yet, and that's clear. And if there are challenges, then I don't think that this is true for most of the procedures, because I'm highly convinced that these are only single cases where we have these problems. So we should not try to look for alternatives. I mean, yes, there's room for improvement, but we should think maybe to give more competencies to others, because we don't know what do we understand under an objection. This makes, of course, the decisions very hard to make. So I think that, yes, we need to find solutions, but we should not look for an alternative, because we need to think we're 27 member states. We have this European Central Authority would have to deal with the national law as well. We talked about different clauses before. The EU Commission made an evaluation and talked about a fragmentation, and the Commission is very, or was very cautious in terms of recommendations, in terms of cooperation. And I need to say that most of decisions are to be found in form of a cooperation, and mostly it works well. We work together with others and we have very good experiences. There was a Twitter case last year, and now there's the WhatsApp case. So when we take into account all of the procedures, the system of the GDPR works good. And I think we should work on the GDPR, bring it to the next level, try to mitigate all the disadvantages and not look for something else which might not work as well again. Thank you very much. A question, does the cooperation work with the Irish authority or not? That's good. Well, you know, if everything would work well, we wouldn't have the WhatsApp procedure. Okay, thank you very much. The European cooperation market is a large one. Estelle, from your perspective, if you could maybe raise important points, what's your estimation? What are 3 important points, 3 points in order to find a solution? What could we change?
Right. So I would agree that the focus should not be on changing the GDPR or the one-stop shop, but focusing on harmonizing the different procedure. So harmonizing the procedure so that we have a maximum length of the procedure, which would give guaranteed as a data subject, we send a complaint, we have a resolution in that amount of time. So it solves the question of what reasonable amount of time, et cetera, means. We need to have, like, EU law always talks about entities having to cooperate together, but doesn't set how this cooperation needs to work. So better tools for the DPAs to actually work together, so they don't have to rely on Excel sheets randomly, or like systems that don't ping each other when a decision is there. Just make sure that everyone knows the deadline, answer by the deadline, and have the information. And to create a culture of the DPAs working more together, which is happening super slowly, but just speed things up a little bit on that. And then having clear, harmonized procedure on how can a complainant be heard, how can the decision be transparent, what information can be shared, et cetera, because it's very different in all countries. And a lot of the times companies are picking jurisdiction that is to their favor. Again, I mean, it was mentioned, the forum shopping is existing, and that's what we need to tackle, because it's actually hindering the GDPR in its process and its outlook, and it's being seen in many part of the world as a gold standard. But if our gold standard is not working, we are really creating a risk for ourselves, but for also the image that Europe has in regulating platforms. So we took a good step with the GDPR, but we need to now put the effort in harmonizing those procedures. And Max mentioned some of the way it could be done. This can be done also, the European Commission can do a delegated act in doing so. Some of the DPAs could already also start challenging, when a decision goes through Ireland because a company is using the one-stop shop because of its quote-unquote main establishment. Challenge that. A lot of the companies saying they have a main establishment somewhere, it's actually not fulfilling the criteria. There are tools under GDPR that already are not fully used that could help speed the process a little bit. So it's more boring than having a reform of the GDPR, but I don't think a reform of the GDPR or changing the one-stop shop will actually make it if you don't have those harmonized procedures. So let's make those procedures more clear for everyone and the measure transparent. I think that for the citizen and for people to be able to know which company is fine. I understand that in French law, for instance, and in other, it's an additional sanction, but that should be the basis. As consumer, we need to know which companies is dealing well with our data or not. And us just knowing company X got fined, but we don't know what, we don't know if the process will change, isn't really, it's not great from a consumer perspective. So there is a few of those small tweaks that can altogether really make the system work better.
Ja, herzlichen Dank für die Einschätzung.
Thank you very much for your estimate. Would it be okay if we talk about 5 minutes longer? And if we then make a short conclusion round? Well, Mr. Jonas, sorry, you're the last one again. That's okay. Well, I think the questions we need to tackle cannot be tackled on an authority level. Those are political questions. When you talk about transatlantic data traffic, there could be a central authority, but the problems are to be found in the GDPR, that the EU Commission has an instrument where it can decide whether or not this is compliant with the GDPR. And when we take a look at the United States, we can see that this does not work very well. And there are no signs for changes at the moment. And these are mechanisms that work between different parties. But if we say this works, this does not work, this is helpful for enterprises, but there are deficits as well, because one cannot just share data, and one really needs to assess the data architecture in a better way, and the legislator needs to do this. The question is, does only the Commission have the competences here? And when we talk about enforcement, how can we improve this more efficient cooperation mechanisms? We talked about this, but also the problem that we are somewhere in between concerning the GDPR. We're going to need time until we have more solutions, and you know, there will be different perspectives. And when we talk about the legislators, we need to have transparency, and I'm not that optimistic that we will have something like the GDPR. I don't think, I think we need to work with the GDPR we have at the moment. We need to make the best out of it. So we have good means for some that are concerned. For NGOs can play an important role here. I think, nevertheless, the GDPR can also be named as a positive example. And that's all from me. So when we now come to our final remarks, so when we talk about AI or Data Governance Act, Ms. Pichot, you are unmuted. You could start with the question, are there conflicts between the Data Governance Act and between the data trustee principle and the GDPR, or are there synergies to be found?
May I react? I don't. Are you giving me the floor? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have only 2 minutes to talk about the Data Governance Act, the DMA, and all the other regulations that are under negotiation now. So that's a huge task. But some of the other panelists were talking about the lack of clarity and the problem of I would call it the insecurity that those regulations create, and that's where I see a new problem with those new acts coming, because they will also deal with personal data. It's when we're talking about the Data Governance Act, they're talking about non-personal data and personal data. So I think my main concern about this Data Governance Act is that it will create even more confusion. Even Mr. Botha was talking about this. I think even more difficulties to combine the regulation, the Data Governance Act, with the GDPR. And in terms of governance, especially, this might be more difficult because the instrument is foreseeing the designation by member states of, on the one hand, what they call competent bodies to support the public sector bodies to which grant access and to the reuse of their data. And on the other hand, they also foresee competent authorities to monitor the compliance with the provisions related to data sharing services and what they call data altruism. So they want to create two kinds of bodies. Oh, those two kinds of new bodies will interact with the existing bodies, or will they be the same bodies? We don't know yet. This is under discussion. But my main concern is that if we don't create a clear framework for interaction between those different bodies, or coordination with between those different bodies, well, I mean, it will be even more insecure, even more unclear for the users, for the actors, for the companies. So I think we all have to push towards a clearer framework within the negotiation. Otherwise, it will, well, all the criticism which has been made today towards the GDPR will be increased by this new regulation. That's my main concern.
Vielen Dank. Frau Thiel, wenn Sie jetzt in Richtung
Thank you very much, Ms. Thiel. When we talk about AI, regulation. What would you say about this? What would need to be found in the AI regulation that this would be a good law? Please, just very short. You're still muted. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that you were talking to me. No, Ms. Peugeot talked about the Data Governance Act, and now it's your turn. Maybe talking about AI regulation, just one thought. What would you like to find there? Well, on a German level, we really explained very well what we would like to do. In the AI regulation, it really has to be enshrined that AI is not compliable if it violates self-control or if it violates personal rights, because it needs to be at the service of human beings. Human rights or freedom rights need to be at the center here. We must not neglect them. And each and every AE, that at the very end, there's a human decision. And I think we need to do a lot of work to really work together here. Thank you very much. Estelle, would you like to say something to the AI regulation? Just a very short thought.
Sure, I'll be brief. There is a lot of complexity inside the AI Act, but it's a good model that exists. I think it's good that it exists after the GDPR, because obviously AI and underscore a lot of usage of data, including personal data. So it's good to see that the GDPR is seen as a foundation, and it's important now to see where the AI Act can complement on part that doesn't maybe exist under GDPR, including on collective rights for data protection, not just from a personal perspective, but also ensure that, you know, the competence that the Data Protection Authority have been acquiring on overseeing the use of data continues to be there. There is still a question on possibility for users to bring complaint under the AI Act, and who would listen to that and who would be the enforcer. I think it's not because there is a new type of technology or a new type of regulation coming up that you have to create a new regulator. So really, let's make sure that the Data Protection Authority, who have been working on the use of data, no matter which technology, remain in charge of that part. And then if there is a need to cooperate with anti-discrimination and other authorities to look at the full scope, let's do this. But let's maybe not create more authority and make sure the one we have works together.
Vielen Dank. Jonas, diesmal einen Schritt vorher, und dann würde Max.
Thanks, Jonas. Maybe you for the last intervention. Yes, this is new. I think that one of the big challenges of the IA Act will be how to work with the other competent authorities and other legal acts. So the risk exists that they think that this is all a task for the Data Protection Authority, or we also have the danger that other authorities should be created that may be dependent on other authorities and maybe would be used by government authorities. And if we have contradictions there, we would be interested in seeing how this problem can be solved. And as far as the International Intelligence Act is concerned, Article 22 of the data protection law has not worked very well. So let's see how this is going to be tackled by the AI Act. I think that this is not strict enough if we want to reach our goal. Many thanks, Mr. Schrems. Thanks for your Austrian perspective. And can you demute, please, to keep it Austrian? I think what we need on the long run is a constitutional service that makes sure that politicians cannot abuse their power, make sure that all those legal decrees are sound and usable and enforceable. And I don't think that acts that aren't really soundproof can be used. We have to make sure that they abide by the existing law, and we have different definitions of consumer protection. I think we are at a level in the European Union where we should not only define what kind of tires a car has to use, and that means we need more than the normal legislative procedure. We need something more. We need a higher authority to make sure that all of this remains enforceable. So this is a horizontal issue. As far as this is concerned, I think that we also check on finances, and we can't have the finance departments controlling all the companies. We have audit companies that do this job, and I think that we can proceed this way also in our field. The company that works for a profit will have to pay for this service like they pay for their auditor, and then they would have a neutral authority. Of course, this is also fraught with problems, but it would still work better than trying to create a monster authority that does not have the staff to do the whole task. In many other fields, we proceed in this fashion. And I think that in the end, the governmental authority has only to make sure that everything has been done according to existing law. And the police works that way as well. So I think that we should think of such intermediation models and ask ourselves, what can you do? Why not do it in a way that has worked 100 and 200 years ago? It's not the government's task to control everything in the last resort. I think there are more realistic models and more intelligent models. Thank you, Max, for this appreciation. And this brings us to the end. We've gone over time, but I think that this goes to prove that the subject was of interest, and I think that we could go on discussing. This conference has not finished. We have another parallel panel that just started now and deals with rethinking power, justice, and participation in the digital era. So you're welcome to change rooms and listen to a conclusion. I thank all the panelists. I thank the participants. I thank everyone for your contribution. Thank you and goodbye. And we thank for you listening to us.